engineer. And my last job, I was with BP for about 7 years, about 6 years in Alaska, leading the resource oil development in Alaska. Then the past 5 years, I was in BPUC, in the unconventional technology group, dealing with shale, oil and gas, tight oil and gas. And also supported our Oman Kazan Valley field project. Right now, I just lost my job 3 months ago. So I've just started looking. So I'm looking for any new opportunities. While doing that, I also decided to start consulting in short-term or long-term consulting. So if there are any opportunities in development and consulting, thank you.
Morning, I'm Rachel Walden, Global Professional Development Manager from Halliburton. We'll hear a bit more about me later on, because I'm going to be sharing some ideas of career development and career management. And I've been a bit of a newbie to oil and gas. So I'm celebrating my 5 years on Monday. I sound very little, but it'll be an amazing experience here. So I'm really feel quite honoured to be here and sharing some of my thoughts on career development. Thank you.
Okay, hello. My name is SPE-GCS. I'm part of this wonderful committee, members in transition. I have about 8 years of experience in the oil and gas industry,
Don't hear it.
How many of you, we have a lot together and the middle of a job search for the first time, we actually having to look for a job, where it didn't come to you. Where you actually had to look for a job for the first time. Right? Before it all, you would find something, right? Before you left, if somebody was coming and they were searching.
She's not connected to the audio.
It's a new arena for many of the people that I know, predominantly in the engineering field. Right? You all are extremely qualified.
Because she's using her own device.
Your explanations of what you do.
I think she has her own device.
I don't know. If she's using her own mic, it won't work. We can't.
And I know that part of it has been because of the economy, but that is starting to turn around. We're starting to see some changes. So I'm really hopeful, as I think you all should be, that things are going to be changing in the next few months. Good reason why they use taking on board and taking on board. Good? Wonderful. Okay. Now, I've been doing this stuff, I've been teaching this stuff for quite some time, and this is the first time I've put the slides together like this, and I was really special. If there's a glitch or two, I apologize. I did run through it a few times, so hopefully it's not too many. And I will give you a little bit more about my background in just a few minutes, and you won't have to look at my picture on all these slides, I promise. See if this is going to work. First, I got to turn it on. There's another piece of technology here. Is it going to work? It's not working. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to stand by the computer and advance it myself, which won't be ideal, but we can do it. So, you know what? Already, we're having technical difficulties. Let's see. That's on. It worked earlier. Yeah. So.
Which one is this one?
But it's not working with this either. I should be able to advance it like this.
Okay. Go back to the screen.
Don't show them all my slides. You've got to have some element of surprise here.
Is it the one? You have to pull down and pull down. Pull back.
Well, I can advance it by hand as long as I hold it down. Okay, at least it's advanced by hand. While they work on trying to get that work. How many of you feel like this in your job search?
Yeah.
No, I've been there. Or have you tried? And what kind of luck have you had? Or maybe you've gotten to this point. Screaming into the phone. Why won't you hire me? Why doesn't anybody listen? Well, we're going to be covering a lot of stuff that hopefully is going to make this a little bit better. And here's what I want to tell you a little bit more about myself. She gave you the Juliet gave you the rundown before we got started. I have a chemical engineering degree from the University of Texas in Austin. I originally went to work doing environmental work for what was then the Texas Energy Board. It's now part of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. They changed the names a few times, so I have to stop and think about it. I never liked that work. That's what you need to know. I never enjoyed it. But I had a certain competency for it, and people knew me for it. I am well known in the field. But for years, I did it either full-time or part-time, but I never enjoyed it and didn't know how to get out of it. And that's another whole subject
but it's the reason why I became a coach ultimately. Is because I found out what it's like to be pigeonholed in something that you don't enjoy doing and you don't know how to get out of it. And that's what that's my big approach, is helping people be in the right place and being able to enjoy what they're really supposed to be doing. So, and because we do spend a lot of time for our work, it's a large part of our life. So you really need to be enjoying it because it benefits you, and it benefits the people that you're working for, and it benefits the people that you have to live with. Because put up with you if you're not happy in what you're doing. So after I eventually, and there's a way it happened, but eventually I got into what I call real engineering, got into design, process design, that's the civil engineering side of things. And a few years later, I've been able to transition from there into project engineering, project management. And I really have enjoyed that part. I'm still connected to that. I work for a company called SPE Members. You've heard of them? If you haven't, that's part of the problem. You can market better. That's one thing I want to try to help with you. But over this time period, in the last 10 years, I got interested in the coaching aspect of things. And in that process, I started working with people who were in job transition through job ministries mainly. There's several churches around town. You guys are very fortunate here in Houston. There's lots of free help when it comes to job search. I don't know if you're aware, between jobs ministries has been that's going on. But a lot of churches, including my own, have their individual coaching. So you can get help everywhere. But I've been learning this stuff for the last 10 plus years now. And I've been teaching it over and over again, a lot of times for free, but it's also what I teach my clients too. If somebody's not in the right place in their current career, well, at some point they're going to have to transition, so I have to show you how to do that. So I'm telling you all that to tell you that I think I know this stuff pretty well. Now, I'm not, it's dancing on its own, I'm sorry. This thing is taking over. There's a little gremlin going on, I'm sorry. And I just wanted to have this here because we're going to be covering a lot of stuff in a pretty short period of time. So forgive me if I talk fast. You can ask a few questions as we go. I'm hoping to pull most of it to the end because I might be answering them as we go along. Okay, so for marketing, the first thing you have to know about marketing is that you need to know what it is exactly that you want. And you have, when you are in the middle of a job search, all the time, as I point out at the beginning, you get frustrated and you feel like everybody else is controlling the way things are going to go. But in reality, you do have a lot of control of yourself because you do get to say what kind of work that you want to be doing exactly. And you do get to look at the companies that you want to be working for. You're going to have much better luck in finding something if you get really targeted in what you're looking for. Okay, that's the starting point. And then once you know what you're looking for, you can develop your own brand. You need to be consistent. You're going to be portraying yourself to the world with the parts that I'm going to be showing you. One is your resume, through LinkedIn, through your elevator speaking, your 15-second commercial, whatever you want to call it. All of that needs to be consistent, and it shows who you are. You don't want any of it to be, portrayed in one way, in one place, and something different in another. And that's something that you need to think about from the very beginning, and that's what I'm going to be showing you here. And this, I'm going to turn this clicker off, it keeps getting ahead of me. So here's some of the pieces of the job search. Your 15-second commercial, like I said, it's all different things. Your 30-second commercial, your elevator pitch, whatever you want to call it. It needs to be clear, and it needs to be concise. And it needs to state exactly what it is that you're looking for, and preferably also who you want to be working with. Because that makes it easier for people to be able to help you. All right? The next thing is a business card. It's helpful to have a card that has your contact information that you can hand out to people. It's a lot easier to carry around some cards in your pocket than it is to have a resume. And you can get them, they're cheap. You can make your own. I don't recommend that you do that because they never, this thing is advancing on its own, so I'm going to stop that. Stop it. It works at home, I'm sorry. What was I saying? Business cards. Business cards, that's right. I don't recommend that you make them having your stock at home, even though they supposedly have hard stock for it. Go get some made inexpensively by just a print. You can get them quickly, and they don't have to have a lot of information on them. You don't have your name, your contact, and maybe on the back of the card, put briefly what it is that you're looking for. So, but at least have the information. So now, what it's going to do. We're going to be talking a lot more about the resume, and that's why I had that whole list. The first two I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, but they're in covered those. They're all going to work together. Then we're going to talk about your LinkedIn profile, because that's becoming more and more important these days. You're really handicapped if you're not using LinkedIn. And the last thing we'll talk about is networking. Okay? And I want you to keep in mind, in any economy, especially one that's tight like this, somebody may say there's just not a lot of jobs out there. Well, that may be true, but you're only one person. So you're only really looking for one job. So if there's even one out there that's in your field, there's no reason why you can't be the one to go for it, and potentially be the one to do it. So I just say that to encourage you, because we hear all this talk, and have been hearing all this talk about how difficult things are. And I do want you to know, too, that at the height of the economy, I talked to somebody who was in the Greater Houston Partnership recently, and he was telling me that at the height, Houston was creating 7 jobs for every one that they were able to fill. What do y'all think that proportion is now? 2 to 1. They're still creating 2 jobs for every one person there is to fill. Right? Now, they're not all going to be high-level jobs. You know, they're not all for engineers and stuff, but there are going to be a lot of those that are still being created. So my point is, there's still jobs out there. And then we do feel like it's going to be, like everybody that I've talked to and the things that I'm reading indicate that it is going to get better. All right. How funny. I don't know what this is all about. The disclaimer here is that I'm going to be teaching you a lot of stuff. And some of this is maybe my idea of the way it should be. And there might be some other ways that you could do some of these things, especially when you start talking about resume. And if you have a format that's been working for you, you know that it works, go ahead and use it. But what I'm going to be teaching you is a format that I have seen work over and over again for many, many people in a lot of different fields for the last 10 plus years. Okay? So I know that what I'm teaching you does work. Now, I can't tell you, especially when it comes to resumes, how many I have seen. People will tell me, I can't find a job. And as soon as they hand me their resume, I know exactly what they're talking about. So that is the starting point. Most of them are doing it wrong. Like I said, I've seen lots and lots and lots of resumes. I have even, I'm going to turn this thing off. I don't know what you're going to get advanced knowledge of everything I'm speaking of. So we'll just have to deal with it. I see lots and lots of resumes. People hand it to me, but people think it's taking me that I hire. I don't hire, but I do know people who hire. And I do help people make that transition of what to do if they need to do in order to get hired. But I personally am not hiring. But I've seen some resumes that look really great. They've even been put together by some of the professional firms out there that supposedly do this for people. But they're using formats that no longer do you any good. The old way of doing things was not designed for today's online job market. And almost every resume anymore these days is going to be submitted online. So I want your resume to be something that will work online as well as in person. So I don't care if it looks good. If it's not serving you, throw it away and try it again. And if you're not getting any responses, that could be a good sign that it's not working for you. And try this again. So those were doing wrong. I talked about that. Standard formats don't work. And the main thing you need to know is who is your audience when you are applying for a job. When you submit this, who's the audience? A manager, a hiring person, right? What do they want to know?
How are you help them?
How are you going to help them? How are you going to help them make money or save money? That's what they really want to know. So if you keep that in the back of your mind, and everything that you put together and discuss related to your job search and why they should hire you, it's going to be a real big step up. Most people don't think in those terms. They think about themselves. You're not thinking about who your audience is, your audience is. Again, we get back to marketing. That's the same thing marketing is all about. You know, people are putting together marketing campaigns and figuring out who their client is and what their client really wants, and then how they're going to put value into it in the best possible way. Okay. It's big moving, obviously. One thing is that resumes are going to be best if they are kept to 1 page or 2 max. Unless you're in the field of academia, I'm going to drink water periodically, so forgive me. In academia, they expect you to have a curriculum vitae, and that can be 4, 5, 6 pages because that's where you're showing all the research you've done, all the articles you've written, all that stuff. So we're not in academia, we're engineers. So typically, a resume should be no more than 2 pages. But most importantly, you've got to grab the viewer's attention within the first 15 seconds, or a few seconds, even less than 15 seconds. Somebody glances at a resume and will decide very quickly whether or not they're going to keep reading. How many of you have been in a hiring position before? A lot of you. Is that your experience? You look at a resume and you decide, am I going to keep reading this or not? Right? Because we're all busy. We don't have time to go studying it and looking for why am I going to hire this person, especially if you get one that's just full of information. It's just, 2 or 3 pages or more. It's just a lot of stuff there, and you don't really know where to focus your site, what to look at. So you tend to put it aside when it's too much trouble. That's if it's a good resume. And then you get the ones that are not so good, you want to put aside and say, well, they don't qualify anyway. So even with a good resume, don't make it hard on the viewer. Give them a reason right up front to want to talk to you. And by the way, that is the purpose of a resume. The resume is not to get you the job. The resume is to give you a call to contact you to get further information. So if you were to get a call from your resume saying, resulting from your resume saying, I really need some more information here. You didn't give me enough. Well, you go, great, what do you want to know? That's not a bad thing, because the resume in that case works to get off into a call, right? So that's the purpose. All right, so we talked about that. The rule of thumb, 1 page, you can get it there, but a lot of people have all experience and not need to do that. All right. Everything in your resume needs to be completely accurate. So you want to watch for dull negatives. You need to watch for grammar mistakes. You need to watch for spelling. And I tell you this, and it seems like it's a no-brainer, but I see lots of resumes that have these kind of mistakes in them. So read it over yourself multiple times. Read it, have somebody else read it for you. Whatever it takes to get that document correct. And especially if English is not your first language, get someone who can help you do that. And I've seen that a lot, because there's some really great engineers out there with English not being their first language. They may have some mistakes in there. So get the help that you need. Now the format that I'm going to be telling you about, teaching you about, is going to get the viewer's attention. And that's the whole reason for what I'm teaching. It also needs to look professional. Again, most engineers know this. Do not use any fancy fonts. Personally, I prefer sans serif. Those are Arial, Urbana, Calibri, those kind. You can use Times New Roman. That's the only serif font really is recommended. But don't use any script or anything like that. And whatever you do, no photos. If you're in the celebrity business off in LA somewhere, you might be able to get away from using photos. Some of the creative fields, yes. But engineers, no. No photos on your resume. And of course, for the hard copy, you want to keep a nice spot, light or higher resolution. Again, because there's still a lot of people that use a hand. We still need a hand, the hard document to hand out, obviously. But a lot of it is online, right? And please, whatever you do, be honest in everything that you say. and be honest across the board, whether it's your resume, your cards, your LinkedIn profile. I would recommend too, especially when you mentioned Facebook, if you're on Facebook, make sure that whatever you have on Facebook is consistent with what you're showing in your other areas of law, okay, especially during law search. So people will go and check you out. They can find you on Facebook. They're going to find whatever they can before they want to talk to you. So be consistent, to be honest. All right. Still thinking, I look at the slideshow and I don't know how to stop doing that. This is going to be a little bit different from what most of you hear. The average person sits down, you're like me, and you go find a resume design, a template, and you start trying to fill it out typically from top to bottom. But I'm going to tell you that the best way to create a resume is not to start with the resume. I want you to create a separate, standalone document in Word that you call an accomplishments list. Accomplishments list in inventory, a database, I don't care what you call it. I want you to make it a separate, standalone document. And these accomplishments are going to tell a story. So what you do to create the accomplishments list, I'm just going to call it a list for easy. You're just going to do a brain dump of all the stuff that you've done throughout your career. And it doesn't have to be, here's the thing, it doesn't have to be just things that you've done at work that you got paid for. It can be volunteers. And it can go back as far as you want. To start with, this list is for you, for your purposes. So initially, nobody else is going to see it. Now I'm going to talk about making it so others can see it as well. So do a brain dump and just start listing all these things. If you've got the typical kind of resume that's out there, you might be able to get a lot of it from there. Start with whatever your bullet points were with your jobs that you've done, just put them in that document. And then you're going to want to take each one of those, and you're going to want to flesh them out by telling the story. And you're going to tell whether it's still doing it. What the situation was, what your opportunity was in that situation, what actions you took, and then what the results were. You want to show the results in dollars and cents, because remember, what did I tell you that the reviewer of your resume is looking for? It's how you're going to help them make money or save money. So you want these accomplishments to show specifically how you've done that in the past. So that when somebody is looking, when you show this to somebody else and talk to them about it, they can, in the back of their mind, well, I'm going to do that for me. So that's the purpose. And people love to hear stories. So now you don't have time to write, you're not supposed to write a big, long dissertation on each one of these. They're little short paragraphs. Some of them might even be a sentence or two, you know. Others might take a little bit of explanation. I'm going to show you 3 examples here in just a minute. But once you have that list together, it becomes gold. I promise you. If nothing else, when you have a long list of 20 plus, and everybody in this room, and most of the people I should say in this room, should be able to come up with 20 plus items for their list in very short order. Now, it might take you a little bit more time to do all the explanation around each one, but to just come up with the individual accomplishment, you should be able to read 20 plus easily. And this list does not come on this. So feel free to just go for broke, put everything you can possibly think of on that list. That makes sense? Is there any questions about that part? This is also the heavy lifting when it comes to the resume. Once you have done this task here, once you have this document ready, the rest of the resume becomes very easy to complete. So once you do this, you're going to feel a lot better. Another thing is this list becomes a real big morale booster. When you start realizing how much you have actually done over the course of your life, really, right? You're going to use these skills to show what you can do. Let's see now. Here's one example, and I won't read it to you, but you can read it yourself. See where they listed how many people they were taking care of here, basically what they did, and what the improvement was, what the result was. Just a little time. This is a little bit shorter. Complete special assignments, and the resulting in the savings to the company of $1,500,000. And notice here, this person did not abbreviate. This is 1.5 mm. You want to spell out commas. It has much more visual impact when you do that. This one is a little bit larger, a little bit longer. Managed construction of $2,600,000 control room in the GL fractionation facility. And the result of that was that one of the benefits of that one, or one of the results was, despite having significant days of heavy rains, we were still completing the project in, on time and within the budget. This happened to be one that I did, so. But I really enjoyed doing that one. Board of Control, I've never done that before, brand new. All right, so like I said, once you have these accomplishments done, you can kind of set this document off to the side and now start working on the body of your resume. This is a term of journalism. Do not vary the lead. The format that I'm going to show you is going to precisely take care of this. They said, lots of companies are reading resumes that come in the standard format. You got to try to figure out why I need to be talking to this person. Better format is when it's going to tell them immediately, within the first, third to half of the first page, why they need to be talking to you. That's what your goal is here. We're going to start with, now here's some of the basics of putting together a resume. We'll probably go through the reasons why I'm starting these various things as we go. So starting at the beginning, take out your physical address. Anybody know why to do that? No.
It may eliminate right away if the college is in downtown east and you do it in Chicago or something.
Bingo. You need to be in charge of deciding whether you're willing to move or drive that far or relocate, something like that. Take charge. Don't let them make that decision for you. You will always be happy to give this information if they didn't ask for it on your application. But they don't need to have it on your resume. Secondly, in this day and age of identity theft, one less place to have all your information floating out there in the stratosphere is there.
What about on your business card?
No. If it's for job search, no. Don't put your physical address there. It's not needed. It can hurt you. It can hurt you.
In LinkedIn as well?
I don't put my personal information like that on LinkedIn. They don't need to know that. Of course, on LinkedIn, they usually know what city you're in. I mean, so if you're applying out, so you could be applying for a job in another city, and they may be thinking, well, I don't want to pay for your relocation. You can also handle that and pray back about it by putting a statement at the top here because to relocate. So there's ways to handle it.
I was advised just to put something generic.
Yeah, you can, but why waste the space? I don't think you need that line usually, especially if you're trying to keep it to, one page or something. Don't waste the real estate. Just give all they need is your name, your email address, and your phone number. Okay, and I'll show you, when I get through, I'll show you a formatted resume so you can see all these things that we're talking about. Very simple. No solid lines. Oh, this is a biggie. Let me go back to that. No solid lines. This is what most people don't understand. When you submit online, it's read by software. A lot of the software is set to read, to only read one page. You don't know which ones. Another thing is oftentimes they read a solid line as a page break. So think about it. If you got your contact information there and you put this little pretty borderline in there before you start the rest of your resume, and the software that's reading it is set to read on one page and see the page or line as a page break, it's got nothing. So I say you don't know which one to set that one. So to be safe, leave off all lines. You don't need them. You can still have an attractive looking resume without borderlines.
Putting it underline?
Underlines are different. Yeah. Yeah.
Putting page breaks?
Pardon?
You said something about page break.
I said it can read some of the software is set to read a borderline as a page break. So,
Page break is okay.
Page break is okay. You want the page break area. Okay? And the other thing is, don't overemphasize it. Your name doesn't need to be any larger than a size 12, maybe a size 14 font. It's okay if you want to bold it. The thing is, our names are very important to us. We like to hear it, you know. But when somebody's reviewing a resume, they don't care what your name is. They're not looking at your name. They look for the information they're trying to find out first. And then if they decide they want to talk to you, they circle back around. And typically, a review, somebody that's doing resume will tell you this, they're going to look at the very top, they're going to look at the first part of the resume, they're going to circle down to the bottom and check your education. And with that information, that's usually what they're going to use to decide what to call them. That's what it is.
So I guess bold is that.
You can bold your name if you want to. But just, I see people that put it doesn't it's not doing you good. And if you make it too large, then it does kind of say something a little bit too negative. All right. Right after your contact information, I want you to have a statement that says exactly what it is that you're looking for. Okay? You can say I am, or just say seeking a position as. Specifically what it is that you want. And if you are applying for a, I'm going to break it. Just close your eyes and let me just talk. Where was I on that? If you are applying for a specific job posted at openings, there's a posting for it, put that on it. You're dealing with Word, right? It's easy to adapt any resume to a specific posting. So give me, you know, if you're working under somebody talking about working for Tess. Tess has an opening for a production engineer, or an animal engineer, or whatever. And then it's a specific posting and has an ID number with it. Put that there. Make it very clear what you're looking for. So this is going to tell you right away that you can have different resumes, or you're going to have more than one resume. And you might even be applying for different types of positions. And I would recommend that if you have a couple of different things that you could be doing, that you have 2 different resumes for that. Again, it's in Word. It's easy to do.
One question. I had the opportunity to work with a person. And he specifically said the opposite of what you said. That putting a seeking statement was the old way, and that would take. But what are your comments on that?
I think when you make it as easy as possible for the reviewer to, you know, decide whether you're in the right place, like, you know, I think that helps.
But it won't limit you when you have multiple versions.
Yeah. Yeah, and remember my disclaimer right at the beginning? There might be some other ways to do this. This person. Right? And it's one line. I don't think it's really going to hurt. But maybe I have seen this work. This one work.
Is that like a section that starts out with objective?
Yeah, that's my next one. I don't like objectives. Because to me they're kind of pointless. For us, I think it's kind of an objective saying, you know, I am looking to advance myself in the next wonderful job, the next wonderful company. Like, who cares? What I want to know, we're just going to laugh about this. I don't know why it's in. You want to give them a summary of what it is that you've been doing, especially if you've been working for a long time. And you've been working in a lot of different areas. You know, in my case, you know, I did environmental issues. And then I got into process design. And then I got into projects. And then I got into coaching. You wouldn't say that to people, just giving an overview of who you are and what kind of stuff you're doing. That is much more useful to the reviewer than an objective statement. I think your objective is clear what you're seeking. That's the other one. Yeah. No, am I the last word on this? No, but it makes sense to me. I'm not an engineer, so that's nice. All right, here's where that accomplishments list is going to come into play. You're going to go, at this stage, you're going to have a section called Selected Career Highlights. You can call this section anything you want. You know, you want to call it career highlights, you know, the greatest thing you've ever done, something, but you want to have that word in there selected, because that implies that there's more where that came from. So you're going to go back to that list, and you're going to pick depending on how long your accomplishments are and the position that you're applying for, you're going to pick the 3 to 5 best ones to go on your resume. So if they're really long, you might only be able to fit 3 in there, but if they show really great things that you've done, then use them. If they're shorter and you want to put in up to 5, go ahead. You don't want to take it, again, we're trying to keep the resume succinct, right? So you're going to have to use a little bit of judgment here. If you go back to that list and you put the best ones that apply to the kind of work that you want. So you look at that entire list and pick out the best ones that are those lists. You get a question. I'm coming to that in a minute. Yeah, my slides are getting ahead of me, so it's like I say, close your eyes and just listen to me talk. Sorry. I have to figure out why this is not working the way it's supposed to later, but in a second. This is something else about your inventory, your accomplishments that I forgot to mention. Your accomplishments do not have to state, and should not state, who you did it for, typically, and when you did it. It only matters what you did and what the value was. Okay? So you can pick, and this is ideal for people that have been pigeonholed like I was, and doing something, because typically with standard resume format, people throw in an objective or maybe a career summary and they go right into their job history. The only position you're going to be considered for in those cases is the same kind of work that you've been doing. What if that's not what you're doing anymore? What if you've done something years in the past that you really like to go back to? Well, the format that I'm teaching you is ideal for being able to make that transition. Because now you can pick and choose the best things that you've ever done. Whenever you did it, throw those into your career highlights. And then that's what's front and center to the reviewer. And that's what they're going to be thinking of you for. We don't seem to have any reasons in this room that maybe something we know people are this, but moms who've taken time off, coming back to the workforce, this is ideal for them. Because they may have done a lot of things, either back when maybe they worked beforehand, they had worked in 9, 10 years for pay, to make that clear. Or, so they have things from their career past that they can talk about, or maybe they've done a lot of volunteer work that showed their skill sets when they were not working for pay. And those skill sets can be demonstrated in a statement like that as well. But that shows what you can do in a job situation. So this is these accomplishments are so useful across the board in this service.
Before you go to the book, there are also for somebody that online software available to
That's a new one. I haven't heard that. I'll have to research that and find out. I do recommend that this be the only place you
something on
Okay. Yeah. That's a good point. I hadn't heard that before, but that might be the case. So if you want to skip the bullets, just use a dash. But the point is, only use it in this section. That's what I would recommend. Because a resume that's full of dashes or bullets or something like that becomes, if you look at a lot of them, you know what I'm talking about. It's kind of distracting. It's kind of hard to read. You really don't know where to focus your eye. So if you only have a few things where those dashes are or those bullets, it really draws your attention. And that's what you want them to be focusing on. So if you do this now, here's my last part statement of it. You can keep your job history brief. This is where you're going to save space in your resume. Because again, part of the resume is to give them the contact sheet, not to give them everything in that document. So all you really need in your job history is who you work for, where they're located, what your title was, and how long you worked there. And if you work for more than one job within the same company, you can switch the company, information will say that this job from this date to this date, this position, this date to this date, and then this hour. And then if you want to, you put a brief, to put a brief statement about what the company does and maybe the kind of things you did with it, what you want it to be. And if you want to know about, because a lot of the companies come out, we're in the same general industries that we tend to know a lot of these companies. Some of these smaller independents, you know, we might not have heard of, we don't really know, if you put the name of the company, it means nothing to the viewer. So, you know, a short statement about what the company does would be helpful. With the information, with that information and the job title, that tells the viewer a lot about what kind of work you're doing. You really don't have to go into a lot of detail. Besides, the really important stuff is up there in those accomplishments. So, keep it brief. All right. So first one, forget it. When you get down to your education, which is usually the next part, is you don't put the date in there, especially some of those in no dates. It's irrelevant. Hold on, let me finish a second. Let me go on a no dates. It's not needed. What's important is where you went to school and what your degree was. That's all that's really needed. If you have just graduated, you might maybe have to do it. You might have to do it. My next statement is going to go along with that stuff. And some people, if they just graduated, might put the education information part of the top. I've seen that as well, and it can work as long as you don't take a lot of space with it, because again, you want to grab the attention while they should hire you in that first third and half of your first page. You don't want to waste it with information that you can tell them later. Okay? Because most people are not hiring, except some Aggies. They're not hiring except based on where you went to school and Aggies need to stay together. How many Aggies are in this room? Okay. I can bet them all. Lots of things. Yeah, lots of things, right?
There you said that no dates. You mentioned right before that job history, brief, who you worked for, what you did, and where you worked for that.
Okay, well, no dates on education.
Okay.
No dates on education, doesn't matter where you have a degree. And that reminds me of another point on job history. You don't need to go back more than about 20 years on your job history. Okay? Typically, anything before that is not relevant. Now, if there's something you did in one of those jobs that was more than 20 years past that you want to be doing now, put it up in your accomplishments.
Or if that's what you're applying for.
Yeah.
Something you did in the 70s.
Well, the trouble is you don't want to show any gaps. So, you know, what if you did it several years past, you really don't, you don't want to have to put everything in between, right? So that can make your resume go blind to way too far into the job history. You know, the weeds of the job history. You want to say something.
You don't just figure when you go through the first year, you want to find a job.
Yes, yeah. I understand. Yeah. That's why you don't need to go back more than about 20 years. But again, if you did something that was really, what you want to be doing now, that was really important, it should be in those accomplishments. Remember, accomplishments don't list the date. We don't list who you did it for. It just shows that you did it.
The accomplishments go from here.
The selected, the 3 to 5 selected accomplishments go to the all right?
Is that part of the summary?
No, it's a whole separate section. I'll show you in just a minute when I show you an example of a completed resume.
Carry on the dates. You have a job requirement in your work. You did that kind of work over 20 years ago. Okay, so you put it up there in your accomplishments, but you're not going to put your job history 25 years ago in your resume. And when you come to a thing, when they say, where did you do this work when you did this time? I don't see it in your job history. You take your job history, you put your dates in there, and you put your first company in there. They know exactly who you got out of school. So you have to kind of leave off those
That's what I say.
years.
If you've been working, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but anyway, I guess, you see, if you put it in your accomplishments, and then they're going to ask you, where did you do that work? And it doesn't show up in your job history, it's like you're misleading or something. So how do you get around it? I mean, I think it's great advice. How do we get around it?
One way to get around it would be honest with me and say, my resume, I can only put so many years of job history in there. I didn't put my entire job history. I actually did that work back in, whenever it was that you did it. So, again, the purpose of the resume is to give them all people ask me these questions. So that's one way to handle it. Is it the best way? Is it the only way? I can't say that that's true, but I know that's one way to handle it.
It's not true, but maybe is this a place where your LinkedIn profile also your funding history?
That's a judgment call you can make. Okay? We're going to be talking about LinkedIn, huh? You do all. Yeah.
How about if you have several working experience in public school and then you have all of the so if I don't put the date, I think that I'm going to miss the chance for the admission.
You know, put the date for your college graduation. So you're just graduating recently, so you can put that date in there. All right? And one entry level position there. Yes.
I just finished it, but I'm 7 years of training. And I got my spot as an entry level. More specific position. So I think if I don't put the date, I'm going to lose.
In your case, you're going to want to show that if you want an entry level position in your new area, you're going to want to show the date when you just graduated in that area in your education. But you're also going to show your previous degree, right? So you're going to have both of them shown in there. Your accomplishments should speak to what it is you want to be doing. And maybe, you know, in your case, you might want to add a state degree career summary, or maybe you want to have a consecutive training. I've had 7+ years of experience. You may want to use the objective statement instead of something. This could be one of the exceptions. You know, I have 7+ years of experience doing this. I just graduated with an MBA, and I wanted to be doing. I'm looking at a position now at the entry level. Maybe one way to handle other things. You're making me creative thing on the fly. That would be one of the times. Does that make sense? Not too many questions right now. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that the people just compare what's coming to be called versus the rest. I just want to make sure that as you go through, you can compare possible is included all that versus the rest.
Okay. I'm going to cover criminal really briefly when I finish on this. Okay. Just want to cover I'll try to answer as many questions as I can at the end, and if I run out of time, I'll be here for a while. I can answer the questions on them. Don't put your GPA on your resume, except possibly you. Can you tell me your name again, please? Teresa. I forget my name. When you are just graduating, you're allowed to put your GPA on there. Otherwise, you leave it off. Because once you've graduated and gone to work, it's your work experience that's going to speak to you. The GPA you absolutely have. Okay? Now, that is bad news for all of you in here that have 4.0. Sorry. It's good news for the rest of us, but you But we all know people out there who didn't do so well in school for whatever reason. Who just pick that out there in the working field, right? They're great, they're fantastic. We also know people that have, you know, the really high GPAs that have no common sense. I'm not talking about anyone in this room. But we all know people like that, right? So the GPA means nothing after you go on to school. The only time you can put it in there, that I would do it, is on a future level position. That's it. Okay? And no references, don't make the statement, don't waste the space saying a reference available on request. Okay, it's a given. Yep. Yeah, down at where you put your education, typically is where you're going to put the, you know, and other, you know, interesting tidbits or something. You're going to put your PE license. Anybody you hear about PE license? Yeah. You'll put down there, you know, license and what state you're licensed in, the license number. If you are international, you have your visa, you want to state that in there. That's one place you can put it. You can potentially put it right at the top. By the way, you know, underneath your name and your contact information, you can always put things up there like, you know, bilingual, English, Spanish, or whatever it might be. You put, you know, willing to relocate or willing to travel X% of the time. You can put that kind of information at the top also. And, you know, have your visa, you can put that in there if you to, obviously, all international, student or something like that.
No references at all?
You're gonna have references. You would have that. You're just not gonna make a statement at the bottom of your resume.
No information about the references?
Not on the resume. No, that would be a separate document. And as soon as they ask you for references, you ship that document over to. But you don't need to make the statement if it's given, right? If you want to work for somebody, you're going to give them references if they ask for it. So just have them ready in a separate document. And speaking of separate documents, I might as well mention this right now because I didn't mention it earlier. You know that accomplishment list that we talked about? I recommend that once you've completed it, that you make it look really nice. You put your contact info, you put your name and contact information at the top of it, very similar maybe to what you're doing on your resume. This is your email address and your phone number. You call it your accomplishments list or accomplishments inventory or whatever you want to call it. And you format it, make it look nice, and you have that as a separate document that you can use. Okay? And you can use that document, first of all, when you're getting down to the rest of our documents that is working out for you. You can start to look at that all the wonderful things you've done over the course of your career. So that's number one. And number two, if somebody calls you for a phone interview, have it in front of you. And you can refer to that and answer questions and tell them more about all the wonderful things that you have done and what you do for them. Same thing when you go to an interview. Have that list with you, gives you more talking points. When they ask me, tell me something about yourself. You say, well, in my resume, I described that I did X. But I did something else similar or something else that I also wanted to implement. And you can talk about that. It gives you all kinds of talking points. Right? And then you can also leave it with them, and before when they call you for more information, you can say, well, you know, that list of accomplishments is on my resume, that's just a partial list. Done it. I'm afraid. So I'm looking through it on the screen, and it's doing its own thing. When they call you and they want more information, you know, I just gave you a partial list. I can send you a list that shows more of the things that I've done. So you have that document ready to hand off whenever you think it's working. And by the way, we talked about it, you will be using it over too. Okay? So that list becomes gold, I promise. So hang on to that as well. So you have at least those three documents. You have your resume, you have your accomplishment list, and you have your references that are available to you. All right, and here's something else that's new or newer that I don't see on most resumes, especially when you have points. Keywords. It's okay to not use it. It's okay, and it's recommended. You have a section at the bottom that says keywords. And then you just put in all the words that are appropriate to your industry. Speak to the kind of work that you do, or that you want to be doing. And you can find those in job descriptions. Now, a lot of them will probably already be in the body of your resume. I understand that typically, if you mention something twice, you get extra credit, you have your personal weight based on software, but more than twice, you don't get any extra credit for it. It doesn't hurt you, it doesn't give you any extra credit. So if there's something, if there's something you really want to be doing, I might make sure that it's mentioned at least twice in your resume. Okay? Or if it's in the body of the resume, go ahead and make sure you can add that in your keywords. You can keep accumulating words in your keyword section. It doesn't matter, you don't have to take them out unless you're finding, when you get to LinkedIn and you're using it, that you're getting people contacting you about jobs you don't want to do it. I had that happen with me with environmental. I had all the environmental experience showing, and I kept getting people want to hire me as environmental manager. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that ever again. So I went in and got rid of a bunch of keywords. But other than that, just keep adding to them. So searching, if you want to know which ones to use, you can search the job descriptions for the kind of positions you're in to make sure that it's all included. If you have experience, don't put keywords in there you don't have experience. Every industry has their own acronyms too. You know, the environmental industry, you know, there's a whole bunch of, that's the government, there's all kinds of acronyms. You know, it comes from the military, there's all kinds of acronyms. Somebody in the military understands, you know. And you're in the petroleum industry, you have your own specific terms. You want to make sure that those are in your keywords.
So you have your own list.
I'll get you that.
Should you delete that section when you're handing out hard copies, or is it beneficial if someone is reading a hard copy?
No, leave there. They're there. I'll show you the training.
So keywords, you're saying keywords are in the body of the resume?
Some
Don't
of-
understand where.
Oh, okay, sorry. Some of the keywords are going to be in the body of the resume.
Right.
You want to make sure, when somebody pulls, how do you find something on Google? Right? You put in keywords. And so we go searching for those words. The same thing happens when somebody goes, a hiring person goes to their company's database. You're going to throw in keywords and see what pops up. So you want your resume to pop up because those words are in your resume, either in the body of the resume itself or down in the keyword section. Okay?
Okay, I don't understand. You have a keyword section in your
At the
resume?
bottom of your resume, you have a keyword section. Yes. And you title it keywords, and then you can have, I recommend you do these in a size 8 font. So they're not really designed, nothing else in the resume should be smaller than 10.5. Preferably, 11, just second there. But keywords can be size 8 fonts. Now, if it used to be, I'll tell you this little tip. We used to get cute with these things, right? And this was all brand new. And we had a couple of ways we could handle this. We knew that the machine, the computers, used keywords to find things that people weren't used to seeing, right? So what we would do is we'd have a keyword section in our Word document, and then we'd write it out. So it didn't show it printed. That was one trick. Another trick was to take that section, make sure there were no misspellings in it whatsoever, and then make it a size 1 font. You can tell Word to make it 1. It doesn't show that as often, you can make it a 1. And when it does that, it usually comes out with a line. So it looks like you have a borderline at the bottom of your resume. It's really little keywords. That's if you printed it out. The machine always read words. Right? But now a lot of the software is set not to read anything smaller than a size 8. I guess they heard about that. So you can make that a size 8. So it doesn't take up a lot of space. And I'll show you examples. It doesn't take a lot of space, but you got to put it there. Yes.
People don't put it in the look at Craigslist ad or something, they look at the bottom, they always have that. There'll be a long list of words.
Yeah. There you go. You'll see it. I mean, you know what? These days, if you're on the computer, you're seeing keywords done by people all over the place. You just may not be used to seeing it on the resume. I'm telling you, it's okay for this. All right. Here's another thing. There are a lot of phrases that are so overused these days, and I want you not to use them. Now, this is not by any means a complete list, but these are some of the ones. Now, forget some of them have hyphens there. You don't want to have I do that. People person, detail-oriented, team player, they're used so much, motivated, they don't mean anything anymore. You can Google for these kind of terms. You can Google for trite phrases and resumes, not to use. Trite phrases and resumes. You can find a whole long list of them. You want to stay away from those as much as possible. My favorite happens to be excellent communicator. In a resume that has all kinds of ground associated. I have seen that, trust me, I have seen that more than once. So be careful about that. All right. Now we're just jumping ahead. Okay, here is a resume format. Now I know you can't read the words on the resume. I want you to look at the format. Can you see the format? Okay. Where we have the name at the top, we have an email address, we have a phone number. We have the seeking statement, center. Then you have the career summary. You have your selected career highlight. There's bullets. In this case, there are 5 of them. You might choose fewer than that, but there's 5 of them. Then you go to the job experience. This one is going to be a 2-page resume. Okay, here's the second page. Continue the job history. Here is your education. And you can call it, you can have a separate section called education and awards or something like that, or licenses. In this particular case, there is no heading for that. There's the education, the name of the university, the degree, and where it's at, professional engineer. And here's the keyword section, right down the bottom. So you have a whole section, and it's just one phrase, one keyword after another. Just space, no commas, just a space, one space. No commas. Yes. No. You need the job history brief. All these really are summaries of the kind of work that's being done there. So they could see the general work that the company did. and then what I did. In this case, it's more minor than the I adapted. But it's an internal one. But anyway, you can see that they're relatively short. You don't spend a lot of time. In fact, I've even heard recently as a suggestion, maybe you can leave all the explanation out all, like in title. They just list the company and what you did in the title. Yes, no title.
You make a notice that maybe the question, what included my resume, 20 different days working it. And I don't just, the key on that, I know that's the key word. They're like, for example, running to a lot like that. They want to see that word permanent in the resume somewhere. And the other thing is, type of software you skill at. It should also be in there somewhere.
Yeah, if you have specific software skills for your industry, throw them in there. And that's the place you can put these things where a lot of people have competencies and stuff like that. Just put those in the keywords. Yeah. We've got time to get we're going to answer a lot of questions as we go along, so. How much longer? Okay. What's the question? The second section there, the selected career highlight. I know this is hard to see. I wish I could make it larger, but all the slides will be available. I think Susan, we're going to make it there. Are you going to make the presentation available? Yeah. 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 And if you really need it, just email me and I'll get you a better copy of it so you can see it more closely. Yes.
I'm looking to do, why would you put just like a paragraph of banking?
Why would you put it in there? Because you want to be found if somebody searches for you. And I'm just saying, your physical resume does not mean to remove keywords. You definitely want it in there for the online. It's going to be a Word document. You're going to, it's just
For, say, having practices to the software part.
yes, it's specifically for that. But you know what? In this day and age, people are so used to seeing keywords used across the board, it's okay to leave it for resume. Like I said, we used to hide it, but there's no need to anymore. And it also shows a little bit of technical savvy, the fact that you've got keywords in your resume. So I believe it speaks volumes when you do it.
So, because I've heard different companies use like different software packages, and some of them claim that if you do that you all make it blacklisted because you're throwing a little bit of words in there, including the names that job.
I haven't heard that. If you were to throw a whole bunch of unrelated stuff in there, or put the same phrases in there multiple times, then I can see why they might put that out. But if you've got relevant phrases in there that speak to the work that you do or want to be doing, it shouldn't hurt you.
I bet you can say that. It was the one I thought.
Having a keyword section.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not going to research that to be brand new because that doesn't make sense. I can think you've got a bunch of, if somebody was just to throw.
News stories.
Pardon?
News stories is something that obviously trying to trick.
Right, right. If it looks like it's gaming the system, I can see why it might kick it out.
Yeah, like we used to think like all these people one that there's ICIS, there's Calio, there's
Right. The other thing.
one is weird online Calio and then word therapy and then obviously they go on keywords and based on your travel history, education, but I've heard even like that what you mentioned earlier about that trick, like, you make like this blue box in the document file and write it out, and then automatically back this week, and the system will recognize it. The system, the way it works, might be that people will apply like thousands, like show X, Y, Z from all over the world, and the system scans the top 10%, 5%. But you can have like the best qualified candidate, but if the computer doesn't pick it up, then you're automatically set aside. So, and I think that's what the total is And I mean, it's great information. I thought having a keyword advance, because you have on the second page of that resume, would be good with that, or no?
That may be, that's new information that I have not heard. I haven't heard today that it's helpful. We'll have to look into that, see if that's a possibility. Like I said, because obviously just gaining the system, yeah, we'll probably kick you out. They fall onto a lot of that. But a legitimate one like this, where you're just putting in the ones that are appropriate, I don't know that we'll do.
Now, can you leave that, for, like, say you go to career fair, can you leave that on the resume?
That's what I'm saying, leave it on the resume. Don't bother, you can if you want to have a live version that you give out, and you want to leave it off, you can do that. But I don't have any problem, I don't think there's any reason why you can't just have a section. Look, it's not taking up there is a section that's removed, that's taking up there. You know, I've got plenty of room there for it, right? So it's not hurting anything. And like I said, it implies that you've got a little bit of savvy, technical savvy to understand what's needed. And the live person can also look down there and see some more things that you might not have talked about in your body of your resume. So you may not have had an opportunity to, if you can throw those keywords in there. I can think of a bunch of them that are good environmental niche app and SPS. Of course, it's yeah, that's what we talked about anyway. Of course, it's greenhouse gas, GA, you know, those are bad. Shouldn't mention that in here, probably. There's a whole bunch of them that I might not talk about in the body of my resume, but if somebody saw them down in my keyword section, they might realize I'm going to do something about it. One more question, Mike.
That footer is the on there. Is that
That's
sort of font?
I recommend that you go ahead. I recommend that you go ahead and put a footer in
What's
this.
the middle part of the footer?
Phone number. What happens is just think of the hard copy gets lost, separated, you got 2 pages, just so they can put it with the name.
Phone number.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out, Jerry. One more. Yeah. I'd say that probably for LinkedIn. Yeah. Unless it's for the kind of something that
What was the question about?
hobbies.
About the hobbies on LinkedIn thing. They usually, LinkedIn, we have a huge update, and you know on.
You can put them in your summary if you want to. Summary. No, your summary about who you are. You can put it down in the bottom if you want to. And there's volunteer, I think you can simply volunteering. Volunteering is still there. I know, they just changed in the last week, so some of the stuff I was preparing the slides and like, oh, they changed it.
Well, I know how
Okay, as a section, but you can still put that information in there. Yeah. So you can submit to the summary section. Now the question I haven't got answered about the summary section is, has a limited link to that summary section now? Yes, is it like 2,000 characters or something? Okay, thank you. Because that's going to be significant. Okay, a lot of these tips that I've been telling you, I have available on my website. So you can go download it and you can get it. So I'm going to show you how to do that. You can do this with your phone right now, okay? You can go, and I did a picture so you understand what I'm talking about. In the to field, you type in 72,000, or you're typing in 2, and you put in the word resume as your message, okay? And then just hit enter. And then follow the steps. You're going to have to confirm that you want to get this, all right? And just so you know, it's going to give you your contact information. If you want to meet, you don't look up for me later, you can, cancel on it. This will get you that. Yeah, follow, it's 72,000 that you type in. That's J2, no dash. Just put 72, it puts a dash. Just type in 72,000. And then resume is your message, and hit enter. And just follow the prompts until you have the opportunity to put in your contact information, and then it will send you the document, the PDF. All right, let's start most of these. All right, you just did it? Did it work? Okay, good. Now, 72000. That's what your soup is. Not anybody's name, just 72000. Yeah. And so most of these tips I just went through on the resume I covered. Okay? It's 11 strategies for, I forget the title, I am not, it's been a while since I did it. Okay. What is the title, did you get it? Okay, never mind. I won't take that. All right, somebody asked about cover letter earlier. I'm going to cover it very quickly. And because a lot of the time with the online applications, there's no need for a cover letter. But if you have to do one, first of all, it should only be one page. You want to keep it short and sweet. People don't have a lot of time. You want to make a compelling argument about why they need to read your resume. So briefly, you want to introduce yourself and tell them why you're sending it in. You want to indicate a little bit about that you want to show that you know what you're talking about with the company, you know about the company. You just want to plant the seed that you can offer. And then you want to thank them for considering the resume. You want to keep it short and sweet. If you want to see an example, Google cover letters. And you'll get all kinds of examples. Just keep in mind what you're trying to accomplish. You're basically just introducing yourself briefly, and you're going to give them a reason why they should look at your resume and why they should consider it. And that's all you're trying to accomplish with the cover letter. You don't want to restate everything that's in your resume. And if you're applying for a specific job posting, you have an opportunity to submit a resume cover letter with it. And let's say that you don't match up exactly with one, two of the listed requirements that you believe that you can do the work because of some certain experience you've got, you can discuss that. I would highlight that. Okay? Somebody probably give me an example of that. Well, I'm not thinking about it off my head, but that's an opportunity to look at this.
Many of these companies that we apply for job on their websites, they have optional space where you can upload your cover letter.
Yeah.
It's optional. So would you recommend to upload the cover letter or just look at that?
That's a good question. I'm not a big fan of cover letters myself. I think a lot of times they kind of just hit the slide. You never just have to read. You want to get right to the resume. And if somebody's searching for you and your resume is not into the system, they ought to be able to pull you up just with the basics of it. The same way they did the cover letter anyway. You search it for the keywords, right? So the cover letter will come up with your resume.
Also, they might pull people out and then have documents.
I can get the judgment call, but if you want to put one together, just keep in mind the objective of the cover letter. It's to give them a good reason to go ahead and look at your resume and consider you for the position. Especially if there's any discrepancies between, especially if there's any discrepancies between the job requirement and what you actually have done. Right? You can just sit back up. This one. All right. Hey, I didn't do the answer. This guy's wriggling in the system. I don't know. All right, so I need to talk now about LinkedIn a little bit. All right, and just try to keep it going crazy on you. Now that your resume is done, this is the order that I recommend you do things. You do the accomplishments list, then you do your resume. Now you have all that information. Now is the time to optimize your LinkedIn profile. And if you do it in this order, things work a lot more in this order. Then you have all the information that you need. Right? How many? Is everybody here on LinkedIn? Everybody? Anybody not on LinkedIn? Okay. You need to be on. Everybody needs to be on LinkedIn. Typically. One or two, not. I can tell you that. Okay, I'm not going to say 100%. But probably 99.9% of the time, potential hiring person is going to look at your resume and they're going to immediately go LinkedIn and see if they're on or not. So just know that anybody that's not on LinkedIn, just understand that. Okay? They're looking for more information about you, and they want to make sure that what's online is consistent with what they're seeing on paper. All right? So the first thing you want to have is your smiling face. You have to have a photo. I'm sorry. It should be a nice headshot. It does not have to be professionally done. That's good if you can do that. But it needs to be a clean background and show your eyes, show your smile, look pleasant, no grimaces, not a picture of you going into your phone. If you want to get one done simply, you can go get a passport photo. Right? You can go to any Walgreens or CVS or something. You can do it with your cell phone. Right? Just get up against a clean background and take it over. So you have to have a photo. If you don't have a spot on LinkedIn, get something up there, all right? And the closer the better. They want to be able to see your face. That's what they're responding to, okay? And, you know, you don't have to do it. If you go see mine, it's a version done, you can hear blowing and all that. You don't have to do all that. It's a nice one. Headline, say what it is you do. These are the keywords that people are going to find you for. So say that you need to say if you're looking for a position. Just try to be specific. If it's short, you don't have a lot of space in it. But you do want to have the headline. You do want to have the specific keywords in there which you're looking for. Your summary. Again, this is where you have more keywords. And this is where you can reiterate a lot of the information that's in your resume. So you can put your career history there, your summary if you did. And this is where before I would have said put all your accomplishments now, then they use the number of words you can use. What I would recommend is you choose the best accomplishments from your list. So put more of them in there than what's going to go on the resume. Right? So this is an opportunity you can show more of what you're capable of. So somebody goes to your LinkedIn profile, they can learn more than what's on your resume. And then
Not have big roles, you recommend this
you know, typically when people go to LinkedIn, they're going to take some time to look through it. They've already learned, they're trying to learn some more about it. So if you want to use bullets, you can. I oftentimes find it harder to read than a whole bunch of stuff like that. If you want to see an example, you can go to my LinkedIn and see how I did my summary. It's not to be all, end all, but it's a decent one. Okay? So just go look at, you know, go look at their study. You can spell the last name. I got qualifications. Just go check it out, and you can see what I'm talking about. And use the best, put some more of your accomplishments in there, and choose the best of the best. And that's a place where I think you can also put in your hobbies. If you want to include that kind of information, you can put that how you can make that system if they change it, remove that section. Volunteering, there is a section for doing all that. Go ahead and do as much as you can. And you have the opportunity under, I found it, didn't know first where it was at, but under summary, there's a place to upload a file. And you're in summary now. And you can upload your resume there if you want to. It took me a while to find it. I was looking all over for it earlier this week, and I was talking to a client. Well, where is it? But I finally found it.
I don't know if that's a good idea, because resumes have a reaction.
You can have a generic one that you use. I mean, yeah, if you're sending different ones out for different types of jobs, yes, it's a different talk. It doesn't have anything to it, and you should end up having the most important information from your resume on there already. Stop it. Give away my entire presentation ahead of time. All right, once you have your basic information there, now is the time to start connecting. You want people to find you. You want to be able to find them. LinkedIn is a fantastic source for finding jobs. It will be once you optimize it. All right? So start connecting. You need to have at least 300. You start getting critical mass where you want to come. At least one of those 300 has got, you know, their metrics. So about 300 is what you think the number needs to be. You want to start asking for endorsements and recommendations. And the way to get recommendations is that's not somebody has to write something. There's two things. You can ask your friends to get your friends to report what you're doing for you, and you can offer what you want to them. So tit for tat, you know. You can even draft something that you would like them to use and say, if they're willing to write, to do something for you, you can say, here's something you want them to start with, if you like that, you know, edit it, however you like, and, you know, make it easy for them. But that's one way to go ahead and try to get some recommendations. Now, you go to my site, and you'll see that I don't have recommendations, so I had to follow my advice on that one. But the rest of the site's fine. So I saw the work on that. So maybe y'all want to do your recommendations. Thank you, Susan. The next thing is you want to join groups. Now, this is how you play LinkedIn. It's by joining as many groups as you can. And it used to be a limit around 50. I understand they've increased that, but I have lots of 50, and I don't know too many people who have. Okay? But this is how you're going to play the LinkedIn system. It costs money to join LinkedIn, right? They have, well, there's the free version. I recommend if you're in job search, you probably want to go to the job seeker version or premium. Okay, they give it a job seeker, this is just premium now. Okay, I recommend that you go to at least a paid version. And here's why, because when people start searching you, and you see somebody's been looking at your site, you can only see 3, maybe 5 now. 5, they changed it. What's 3? 5. But what if more people looked at you? You want to know who you're going to be. Again, it's in flux, so you know what I tell you today might be different tomorrow anyway. So you can't see everybody that's been searching for your position. And you want to be able to contact those people who have been looking at your site, especially if I'm a recruiter, right? So you want to, when you're in the middle of job search in particular, I would recommend that you upgrade to the lowest paid portion so that you can see everybody that searched you. You know, I'm looking for clients. I want to know everybody's looking at my site. So of course I want to, but I do recommend for job search. If you don't want to be in it afterwards, you know, you can cancel the position. The more your job search, we're going to be upgrade a little bit. But here's the thing. Just using recruiters as an example, I think it costs $12,000 per year to get access to the entire LinkedIn database. I know one company that I was with, something else that they paid to have it. But a lot of recruiters out there are one-man bands, right? Or one-man bands. And they don't have the money to $12 grand to spend on the horses. So the only way they can find you when they go searching on LinkedIn is if you're connected with them somehow. Well, you can find people who are connected to you either directly in your connections or through the groups that you belong to. So if you join a bunch of groups in your field, that's where you're likely to be connected to a recruiter who can then find you if they're doing research. Does that make sense? So the more groups you belong to, the more likely you are to get found. So join groups. Now, some of you can get paid from trying to have a lot of them, and you can unjoin them later when you're between job searches. We don't need to keep that in mind, by the way. If you weren't in the middle of a job search right now and you were employed, you would just be between job searches. You know, the average job, we say, it doesn't last that long. So, something else to keep in mind. So you always want to be sociable. You want to be found. So if you want to later unjoin some of the groups when you're working, it's just too much trouble to have access to how it's listed there, then go ahead and join them. When you're in the middle of job search, join a bunch of groups. And the larger the group, the probably the better. And you know which ones to join. The ones that are specific to your industry. There's tens of thousands of groups now. Another way to find out what groups recruiters might be in is go search, do an advanced search for a recruiter in the petroleum industry, oil and gas, in Houston, for example. And go look at their sites, see what groups they belong to, and then make sure you join those groups. Okay? Does that make sense? The more you do that, the more you're going to get found. And that's what you want. Is it going better with me? All right. So now the question is, how do you find the jobs? You're all ready, you've done all the legwork, everything's ready now. You just need the job to apply. You can go online, like most people do, and then there's nothing there. Or anything that you do apply for on those jobs, you've got hundreds of other people applying for the same jobs. You've got all this competition. What you're looking for are the jobs where you're probably not already not yet posted, you're never going to get posted, and you're the only one applying for one. That's what you want to find. So how do you do that? And that's what we call the hidden job market. And I've seen estimates, you know, up to 80%. I think that's too high. I don't think 80% in this day and age are not published anymore. But even if it's 20%, that's 1/5 of all the jobs that are available are not published. Okay. Right? You want to find them. And that could be the kind of thing where somebody is getting ready to leave. And you know, somebody you know is working in that company says, so-and-so in this position is getting ready to leave this next month. Because they're retiring. You know, they're going off on maternity leave and they're not coming back, you know, for several years. You know, you can be perfect in that position. That's what you're looking for. To find out the jobs that have not been listed yet. Another thing that I teach, especially engineers, because most of us tend to be introverted. Are they extroverted engineers? There are a few, but by and large, we tend to be more introverted. And you know, by definition, I am introverted. I love being around people, but I think the official definition is that you get energized by being alone as opposed to getting energized by being around other people, right? And I heard those definitions. Well, most of us hate the network. You hear that word and you just go, no, you know, I don't listen. If you reframe networking to helping other people, because part of it is that we don't really take them. And we feel like we are asking other people to do things for us, and that's an uncomfortable position to be in. But if you start looking at your networking and developing this, the opportunity to develop relationships with more people, and find ways that you can help them, it becomes a lot easier to do it because now you've taken the focus off of yourself and you put it on helping others. And I think I know it's Zig Ziglar who said that famous statement, you can get everything you want in life if you help enough people get what they want. Well, it turns out that it's true. So if you think about going out and doing this so that you can help other people, it makes it a lot more powerful, trust me. And LinkedIn is, right now, one of the best sources for being able to do the backup so that they're 2,000. You can go searching for people that work for companies that you might be interested in. As I said at the beginning, you decide what company you want to work for, what you want to do, and who you really like to work for. Go on LinkedIn and do a search for people within the company, within that company. See who's there. See if you can contact them through LinkedIn and ask them, you know, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the company because I'm like considering working there at some point. Would you be willing to talk to me for 10 or 15 minutes and give me some background on what it's like there? Most people, if somebody contacted you and asked you for that, or gave you a specific time frame, would you be willing to talk to them? Yes. Most people are willing to help. So feel free to reach out to them. You don't want to reach out and say, you hire me, here's my resume. That's not what you do. You're trying to get information. And at the same time, when you talk to them, you want to ask them, how can you help them? Because you never know where people are. You might be able to help them with their career. You might be able to help them with something to do with it personally. You just never know. So reach out and make connections. It's also a great place you can find recruiters out. And while I'm speaking about recruiters, which is funny right now, recruiters for most people listening are a good resource. If you're just graduating from college, they are not. If you're trying to find entry-level positions, because companies know where to go to find entry-level people, right? They can go to any university around. We got a bunch of them in the state of Texas alone, and find people that are just graduating. That's not a problem. They don't have to pay somebody to find this one. But they have to pay people to find are the ones that are more difficult, the more needle in a haystack. So work, people in this room, most of you have more than 5, 10 years of experience looking around this community. Listening to the same boat. Recruiters can help you. And you could be helping a recruiter potentially if you've got the experience that they need. So reach out to them. You can find them on LinkedIn, like I mentioned earlier. Just do an advanced search for the keywords you're kind of interested that you're in, and recruiter and Houston area, and just look at the list that comes up. There's a lot of them there. And it's always good to be, it's always good to be nice to recruiters. Even when you're not looking, because you never know when you might be looking for something, or when somebody you know might be looking for something. And another great way to network is to volunteer. I was able to finally make that transition from environmental stuff that I never liked into design, which I did enjoy, and still do enjoy, because of volunteer work, because of working with job ministries. That's where I met somebody. I helped him in his job search. And a few years later, when I was looking to get back to work full time, he said, why don't you come to work for us and do engineering? I said, well, I don't have this. I graduated. Because environmentally, you don't do more engineering. Just tell me. So I said, well, I can't do it. I said, well, I think our process lead would really like to talk to you. Okay, we're about to leave. So I went and talked to him, turned out to get a job. So I was able to make the transition. He took a chance, it worked out. But he was in a position, where he could do that at that stage. Became a mentor. I learned a lot of like drinking out fire hose from that point on. That's me, trying to learn all this stuff again. But okay, good coaching. But you never know what will happen. People that are volunteering or out there, a lot of them are working. So that's the reason you want to be associated with people like that. So, like I said, always be networking, even when you're between jobs. Reaching out and you can help other people. So you can get to the point when you currently are in this particular case, we're talking about you. Now, if you want to try to reach me, there's my contact information. I do have a card and everything. Okay, now, all right. You want help with your career in general job search, which is one part of what I do. Because my goal is to help people really love where they're at and be able to maximize their potential. And a lot of people are working in things that they need their job, they're doing it, they're not really happy, and nobody benefits when you're in a situation like that. So that's what my biggest passion is. Job search techniques is part of that, and that's why I teach this stuff. So thank you. I think we're out of time, but we did answer a lot of those 3 questions as we went. Okay.
So Terry, on behalf of the Gulf Coast section of SPE, we'd like to award you with a certificate that says we've made a donation to the scholarship fund in your name. Thank you for your donation. Lunch is in the back of the room. Grab your lunch. You have about 10 minutes. So don't get the galley. Come right back. If you want to talk to Terry, she'll be out in the lobby. I'm sure there will be a line.
Well, I have some everybody.
We're all doing.
I know. That's like
I think Steve is next.
Is it yes?
Yeah, I think Steve.
Is it this one that was being funny? No, it's a different one.
No, I think it's actually in her PowerPoint deck. That it was,
Oh, is it?
yeah, she had it on automatic progress. So
Yeah, mine's on some progression.
yeah, so I don't think it was.
I'll use one
We need to
later.
get Steve's presentation.
No, there's going to be a line.
Stick it in.
Yeah, I'll go in there. Any USB port. Okay, here we go.
So you have about an hour and 15. We'll take another break after you.
I have no idea how long this will take.
That's fine.
Because there was absolutely no way to figure out how to.
We like it when people ask questions. So.
I want to make sure the stick folks, I don't know what kind of problem she had with the stick, so I don't want to.
The remote?
Yeah, the remote.
Yes, I put it in show notes.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to. I can't. My problem is this. The mouse doesn't want to,
Mouse doesn't respond.
it doesn't like this thing.
It needs a mouse pad.
Let's try and see.
I think she had an
I think she
automatic.
was standing.
I think she was, no, I think she was standing here playing with the buttons.
I think it was on
Or
automatic.
or she had an
It had
automatic
an
setting.
automatic command center. They kept progressing.
Okay, good.
And there's your mic when you're ready.
And there's a laser if you know laser.
And it's actually not for the room because we're doing a webinar. We don't have anybody on the webinar, so I'm just recording.
Okay.
There was one guy that he left.
Cool. He signed out.
Yeah, if you don't like to do the webinar,
Is there a bottle of water or something?
we
Or
had-
was there a place?
You got the microphone.
Yeah, if you told him everything, say, don't worry, he will put on himself. And we tested the stick, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, it's working because I think she was playing. She was playing with it. And your mouse doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work on this surface.
That's old stuff. You have to get the tripod.
I
Why?
had one and it stopped working. So now this is my idea.
Do you need that?
Sure.
But it should say that I can turn this one. How do I turn it?
Yep, that works.
Can I say that you're happy with it now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to talk. We're going to talk about the,
Wait a little bit. So when did you
2 weeks ago.
and what are you planning to do?
I'm not sure. Matter of fact, that's one of the things I was going to tell these guys. I may be a member in transition because I was ready to retire. But, does that mean I'm ready to retire and working? Well, we'll see what that means. We'll see what that means. I'm definitely in transition. Thinking about what's the point? And then we'll see what it is. Then we'll see what
Well, you need not finding places where to go. Just kidding. All around the world.
We got a few trips. My wife, yeah, we live. My wife and I have a few trips.
So you just on the phone people here?
No, really only 3 places: Denver, Dallas. Yes. Actually, I probably like Dallas. I know I spend it less living. Well, Houston's a good place. We're not going to live. I like the climate.
Yes, I just moved from California. Well, 1 year ago, I moved from California. I used to live here in 1995. We were meant to be here with my family and raising our kids, but life took us internationally and Canada. We are just back. I'm so glad that we live in our own house. We were at a bunch of
You don't have to look like a Mitchell in there. Yeah, I enjoy Denver, but I don't miss the snow. I don't miss the heat.
beautiful offices there in Portfolio. And they have three more so not like in Thailand, it's 1 week. So
See, I love Calgary. I love Calgary, but every time I was up there, I was never up there when it just was brutally cold. So I remember being up there in the wintertime. You know, the sun would come out, 50 degrees, there was a Chinook land, and I'd hang out, I'd go to the restaurants and then hang out on the sidewalk. You know, well, I traveled to London, it's only rained on me once when I've been to London.
you bring the sunshine then.
So I've had good fortune when I've traveled.
If we can take our seats, please, we are going to start with our second speaker. Louder. Can you hear me in the back? Yes, okay. So our second speaker is Steve Randolph. He graduated in 1982 with a bachelor degree in petroleum engineering from the Colorado School of Mines. He spent the last 34 years employed by Anadarko and all the predecessor companies that were acquired by Anadarko. Steve has worked in all types of upstream engineering challenges and has managed teams of people to develop assets and to make a technical difference. He recently retired from Anadarko and he enjoys his time right now after retiring. Please welcome Steve.
So I guess the microphone is working, everybody can hear me. I'm not a great anchoring person, so if I'm making you seasick by wandering around and blank on myself, I apologize. I did recently retire, happily retired. I am actually a member in the position myself, and it's not exactly what I'm retiring. Means that everything I got to do for the first year or two, but we'll see what happens after the part of me retiring was taking advantage of the industry right now. And I actually, if you went to the hands up there, they probably didn't tell you about very often. And I did. But that's taking advantage of an opportunity so that I could accelerate on the time. So that's something that I was able to do. And to be honest with you, when I got to putting this talk together several months ago, I already knew that I was going to, at some point, be retired, likely before I got to this presentation. And I was starting to think about whether what I was doing was still relevant. It was still going to be the same thing as what I was talking about. I'm going to tell you that I think that I was able to take advantage of the situation today for the same reason I would tell you that when I talk about relevancy and employability, so what relevancy is to me is employability. Employability is inside the company that I currently work for, but it's also who I'm wanting to go for. And so when we talk about relevancy, that's what strikes my mind. Why would somebody retain me? Or why would someone want me? Or why would someone want to talk to me? Okay? So we're going to talk a little bit, you got to understand what relevant is. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what I think relevant is. Job knowledge, networks, your plan, being proactive, and maintenance. And those aren't up there in any particular order other than what my brain used to do when I started thinking about this stuff. They're certainly not in terms of what I think is the most important thing. Terry, I think earlier this morning, she talked about networking some. I will tell you that in my opinion, the two most important things up there are your plan and your network. That's in my opinion, the two most important things that will be up there. But you have to be doing something in all of those things. So relevant, I looked up the dictionary, I looked it up online, I looked it up in a number of different places. This is the one I came up with. Having significant and demonstrable bearing on the matter at hand. So if I'm the world's best deepwater petroleum completion engineer, my target of the company is does some deepwater drilling. How do I think relevant? Well, if I'm working for a company and I am the world's most experienced person at fracturing unconventional reservoirs, and my company has decided that they're not going to do the unconventional business, how do I stay relevant? The task at hand, the matter at hand, is the real key to me when we talk about being relevant. It's how do I stay important to what's happening today. Job knowledge, I think, is up there because you got to have it. It's basic. It's not that difficult. Most of us have training. Most of us have a lot of experience. Most of us have it. And so I'm just going to list them up here. You know, basic engineering principles don't change. Unconventional reservoirs didn't define a lot of things. They still work with the same laws and they still work with the same things. We have to figure out how to apply them a little bit differently. Okay? And we have to remember that, you know, people employ us to make money. They don't really care if I'm the smartest deepwater engineer in the world. They care about whether I can help them turn that into making money. Fluid flow, fracture flow, mechanics of fracture, strength of material, cash flow modeling, profit I am not a deep water person, I'm not an offshore person, so I don't have anything that goes to offshore and deep water. Okay, necessarily, specifically, human, okay? But that's just some of the things that I throw out there. You know, and it's all, you know that. Here's the real key. Does anybody else know that? When was the last time you demonstrated your knowledge of technical principles to anyone other than your colleague or the person you were working with? Okay. You know, if there isn't anybody that knows that you are technically competent, are you relevant to the situation? Okay? So I managed a lot of engineers over the years. I managed a lot of geologists, geophysicists, multi-discipline, whatever. I can't tell you how many times when I feel like I'm across the table talking to them and I'm getting asked questions. They're not telling me what they know. They're not telling me what they believe their investigation of this situation has delivered. They deliver it in a way that lacks conviction and makes me wonder whether they really understand and really what it's like. How you deliver information. So when you come and you talk to me and I'm interviewing you, you talk to me about what it is you've done. If I can't figure out if you're talking with conviction, if you know what you've done, and you know that it is the right thing to do on a project, and you suppose you marketed yourself up to the top of the pile? It didn't happen. Okay. How you convey yourself, how you speak with conviction about what you know and what you do is important as an ethic. Okay? Technical debates. Some people may hate working from most people, I will tell you, gave me very favorable reviews as somebody to look for. The things that would keep me after work and the things that would keep me going all day long with individuals were technical debates. And whether I was able as a manager or whether they were able as a engineer to be able to have that debate, to be able to speak with conviction, to be able to have a far-ranging conversation about the projects that we were in, and about what we had that we were able to work on and what we could do is very important. That's where we generated almost all of the ideas of what we did. There's never an individual working in the office and coming up to things. There's never a manager or a vice president coming down and telling us what is important for us. There's the technical debate where we discuss options, where we discuss what was happening, where we discuss the data that was showing us and all the technical debates. So when I'm interviewing someone and they give me some information about what they believe, what do you suppose I love? Okay, and if that person again is not able to speak with conviction or think on their feet and participate fully in that technical debate, they got more knowledge than I do. Who should listen to that? We're talking about the projects that they've worked on. I don't know anything about it, except for what they told me. And yet I'm willing to enter into a technical debate. Who should know the best? Who should know? They should know. But if they can't, but if we can't certainly have that debate with me and understand that you know more. So when you go into relevancy, If you go in to talk to the management at any level, and they're approving their project, or going to listen to an update on the project, who knows the information? They don't know anything. They don't listen to what you have to tell them. If you're the one that has all the information, you're the one that's got the power and the limit. You believe that you have the power and the limit? You believe in your knowledge? You believe that you have the power and the limit? So when I talk about engineering principles, engineering knowledge, engineering technology, and I talk about relevancy, it's less about whether I actually have true technical capability, and more about how I put that on display, and more about how I'm able to converse with different people and have that technical debate. Networks. Internal networks, very important to anything like that. External networks, very important if you're going to live up. I worked 34 years in 8 months, something like that, with I never once did a job search. When I turned down 5 different job offers every year. They came to me. But how would anyone ever come to you? It's not really that way. So either someone told them, or one of them actually came to LinkedIn, and I have like the worst LinkedIn profile. But I have the worst LinkedIn profile. But one of them actually came to me. The rest of them all came through my channel. Someone I worked with in the past, someone that I knew, someone that retired and recommended me to someone else. You know, the reason we choose to turn those opportunities down are very and not really worth talking about, but it's that network that is so important in what you can do and what you may want to do. And as I retired, and believe me, I've been retired only 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, I've had 4 business lunches. And people out working right now trying to get something good for me to be part of the company, and I keep trying to tell them I don't want a job. I'm interested in participate. I'm interested in the technical debate. I don't want a job. By the way, I'm going to listen to a life coach. I'm going to participate in all of the opportunities that I have. But I want to find out what I want to do. So those people are very important to you too. They become a part of your network. All of those people become a part of your network. So who knows you? If the only people that knew me in Antarctica or EPR or Champlain or whatever the name of the company was, the people that I worked directly with in the office next to me, how big would my network be in the industry? It would be very good. If I network with people from Columbia, people from Halifax, and people from the New York, GE, and Antarctica, and Congo, and Chevron, and I'm kind of thinking any other names of people that I know, teams of people, not individuals. Shell, Ontario, Fancy. My network is really big, and you know most of those people started out because I knew them. Campbell or UPR and and they do it on other countries. And they do it on other countries, and my network grew because I have enough people that have that country. So once your network is relatively large, whether it's an electronic network or a portion network, now things can start happening. Okay? It's very important. Inside your company, socialization is an interesting thing. Figuring out the right space for socialization. Networking is more than socialization, but specialization and being part of that. And how much do I spend time with just the person that I'm spending with? If I go to lunch with one person every day, how many times? That's not. If I go to lunch with 5 people, and they might, and some of those people might not be influenced, right? Not just, some of those people are extroverts, they might invite somebody else along to go to lunch with us. All of a sudden, just like that, going to lunch, I have an opportunity to grow my network internally. I might get an opportunity to grow my network externally. How many times do you call somebody from a company, a different company, that they're a friend of yours, somebody that you know, you go to lunch with them, okay? Over the years, that's been something that I've done. And by the way, I'm a very good you put me in a room like this with a microphone, I can handle it. You put me in a room like this and I have to set in the corner and introduce myself to something. But yeah, you can grow a very large network and take advantage of the change and take advantage of the quality you know. And it starts at one, or it starts at what it's right here. It starts with something else. And, you know, it's never, hey, I'm going to help you in the top. It's, I'm just on top. And most people lift up. So I'm going to talk a little bit about internal networks. Because at times in my 34 years, I've been at risk. At times in my 34 years, I've known I wasn't at risk. And I had to activate my internal network to get myself prepared for it. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't have a strong internal network. Okay? So I've known since September I've been laid off. None other than retired. I just didn't know the time because it wasn't my choice. That's the difference between school retiring and being studying. Just like an office. So if only one person in the organization knows you, that's your boss, I say you're at risk. You're at risk because you don't have anybody that can vouch for you. There's only one person, and when that person gets into a room, maybe listening to people where they have to make the decision on who stays, who goes, who gets the job, who gets the promotion, who gets left alone. If there's only one person in the room who can speak up to you, you're at risk. If only one person above you, one level, you're still at risk. There's still not enough people in that room that know what you can do. There's this typo that I was supposed to be in here. The high-level people in the organization know you. They hire you on the elevator. They hire you to see them in the hallway. They don't know what you work on. You're at risk. If there's one vice president knows that you play a critical role in projects in place, you've got a chance. How do you get to vice president? That means you've got to get through several committees. You've got to, actually really running company, you've got to go through several meetings, you've got to go through peer review, you've got to sit there and number of times. So if only one vice president knows it, that means you showed up to several people. That means there's a number of people in that room and they're trying to get to make these decisions. Okay. The point of that slide is you have to be able to demonstrate what you do. If you do great work, one person who knows about it is your boss. You're not going to I hate to tell you this, but most people in Boston don't very well. I had absolutely no ability to move out to an organization as a man. I had lots of ability to recommend people, but it was when I got into a room like this that I had politics and help people. Okay? So, 2 weeks ago, I had about another 207 people. They're making some significant change. And they're going to move on people different. So I'll give you a tip right now. We're checking in with the We're checking in with the website if you're willing to do a tip and everything. A lot of people can do it very quick. I don't know whether they're double internally or whether they're taking all that certainly or not. But maybe they'll look at it and I watch their website. And if you want to do that, get some and Mark is making some significant changes. The group that I was managing disappeared. The group that several other groups were disappearing, and I'm not the only one in that group. I'm managing 15 people. What was so bad is that I asked if I would be laid off. I have 15 people that I need to come to. So I've been working, placing those 15 people where they need to go. Some of my new leaders, I help them find the role in the business. Some of my new buildings people, I help them in a role in the business. All right? You don't have a strong internal network, you know the ones that are hardest for me to place. I'm the only one who knows it. I have to sell them. I have to send them around and have them sell themselves. People have to know what you do. You have to be able to tell people what you do. You have to be able to demonstrate publicly what it is that I do. There have to be more than one or two people who know you, who know what you do, even in a hiring situation. As a hiring manager, you suppose I was never given the ability to hire you, which is what I wanted. Just without having to do anybody else. Never. Never happened. When I first met Susan, you never did the other than the rest of like 20 years ago, she may remember that we didn't have much engineers. My first job was to hire 45 engineers. My first job was to hire 45 engineers. My first job I ever really was figuring out who it was that was going to help me say yes to the candidate. Who were the key people in the organization? Was there one person, 2 people, or 3 people? Finding out that those key people were in our organization and say, help me say yes to a candidate. I may be able to find the candidate. I may be able to bring them in the door. I may be able to introduce them to those 3 or 4 people. But until those 3 or 4 people say that you're right, that's the person with the right skill sets, that's the person that we need, and that's the way it still is today. Even though it may be a person who's going to report to my organization, I know I don't have the ability to hire that person without getting some further key other individuals on board. But this individual has the right skills, the right background, everything that we need. Okay? So it's never showing yourself to one person in an organization. Everybody is in that organization, except for the HR person. So it's probably key to determining whether you have the right skill set for that organization. By the way, you want to know how I sourced 45 engineers? I went around to the internal network I had and said, you know, whether I had to build an internal network inside of the network, and I said, well, we have 45 people from people we knew. You know how many I put from resumes that I had on my desk? Less than 35 people, and we hired them all through the network of people we knew.
Socializing, who do you eat lunch with?
I was trying to look this up here, but the only thing I was going to look at was other than 9 and 5. There is a book out there that says eat lunch with.
Don't eat lunch alone.
Don't eat lunch alone. That's why I couldn't find it. It was very good. Don't eat lunch alone. Don't eat with the same person every day. Do I go places with after work? Do I go in groups or is it always just me and them? Do I actually socialize? As an introvert, socializing wears me out. By the time I get done here today, I'll be ready to go to the shop. I need to move around and reach out and but socializing is tremendously important. And you just can't do it one-on-one. You got to grow that big network. So you have to be willing to go into groups and, you know, an opportunity. You know, when you see people that live from one company to another, that's just an opportunity. You know, maintain your social network with that person and grow that social network inside there. That's how the thing is. When I first started in 1982, by the way, so I graduated last class that had lots of job offers. Went into a downturn. You know, I thought we came out of the downturn in 1989, felt like it was this. You know, we weren't having offers anymore. That first time of the year. Other companies started running off and they're running down and be lucky enough to work for a company for them. It's kind of like with all the bigger people over the 90s and essentially so, luckily enough, other than during acquisitions and mergers, most of the time having companies were growing through all of that process. The interesting thing though is that when you do that, when I first started working in the industry, I go to a company and all vice presidents were from there. Who was vice president in Antarctica? They were one there. Matter of fact, that's how we do it. And they were socializing that, and they were reviewing and said, hey, what is it? You never know for all those people who you know are going to end up out in you know, and the saturated the operational arms of the industry and I'm not sure exactly who's doing that same part. And I'm sure your background is with different companies, but you know who people are. They're out there. They're part of it. So your plan. So networking might be number one, might be number two. The networking is number one, and your plan is number two. Networking is number two, then your plan I think is number one. Anybody here have a plan? You have a plan. I have worked with people helping a lot of them. I I didn't have 100% control of that thing. But I had a plan. And I executed it like a project. Does your plan develop skills to keep you growing? The plan puts you at risk. So if I decide that my plan is to be a technical expert and be part of the building, is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing, it's a great thing. Your company decided to call up and wants to be a part of deep water. And your plan was to become a company's technical expert before drilling, and that's what you wanted to do. You're probably at risk of moving to exercise a job search. Okay? If your plan was to be a deep water drilling technical expert, your list of places to search for a job is that big and a pool that may be this big. Okay? That's not a bad plan. You just know that you just need to know what you're doing for yourself and how that may damage you, and then understand how you can execute a different plan. Number one, I've been talking about technical experts. So if you truly were a technical expert, you ought to be able to walk into any people who do these parts drilling. And you know, really not the software for that technology that you can use and the ability to do that. I was interested in healers, but by the way, I've never seen a resume with healers, but I was wondering how you get through bots. If I don't exercise my network on your resume, then I'm listening, I get what HR is saying. And I know it has to get through some sort of a box. I don't know how you get the resume to the box. And to tell you the way I've gotten these resumes through a box before is by telling HR that, okay, I always going to send the resume and it gets through the box. And I can do that. I can get resumes through the box. But all the other resumes that come through that Sally didn't think, and none of them unnecessarily tell you you're not part of my network. I have no idea how your resume got through the box. So I was very interested to see that, those keywords and a lot of that. So my guess is that one is please get through the box. They're getting more smart. They're getting smarter. They now, just like the bots in the financial industry and stuff, go through and do reports and some other stuff that you create, not just like training fundamentals, but they're things that what the news of the day, just looking like and making things move so much faster than I can for trading 20 minutes ahead of any of you. Okay? So the bots are getting smarter, not only they're doing that service, but that reading, resumes, and looking at this keywords, but contexting what you're writing on your resume and making it include there. Are they doing that? Not sure. I would guess that those things aren't actually all that sophisticated. And I guess that may explain it. It's not just people, but it's going to be contexting what you're presenting. I also think that would be helpful because now you realize you're really a little worried about what it is that I did. Technical things that I did, or the managerial things that I did, and maybe that would get you through that. Just a bunch of people. Okay. Skills need relevant. How many of you thought to switch to unconventional reservoirs and make sure that you got attached to an unconventional project? what does and what does, and then you check the box that I understand and connection. If you didn't, you really need to search. How many of you recognize that the bots are here to stay and know anything about bots and actually might be thinking about how I'm going to take advantage of that, what's that going to be to change my world or artificial intelligence. Technical. The flip was force feeding is totally lifestyle. What is changing the tools and the things that we can do around them. And I say in technical development, truly technical development, as I move from, as I run my career, I ask to be removed in place of players. And I'm maintaining the technical relevance for what I want to do. And I'm still going to sit here and tell you that if you want to be a deep water specialist, or you want to be an instrument specialist, or you want to be a needle water specialist, so there are all good things to do. Just recognize that may limit you. At some point in time, any money goes to specialties. Limited. Okay? Proactive. I love this one. What would you do in the industry on that? Did you start looking at whether you were growing? Did you start looking at whether you were employable for the work? Did you start looking at how I'm using my employability outside of where I'm currently at? Did you go out and meet more people? Did you grow your network? Or did you just feel low? All kinds of stuff like that. Did you put more of yourself on display? It is amazing to me how many times I had to walk into an engineer, geologist, geophysicist, whoever else, and say, okay, I need something for you to present. Now, my last job was a technical director and centralized technical production technology. So we didn't have fires. We were consultants. For lack of a better way. We were consultants for other people's. We kind of made sure that the other people that we supported got their names on the project, got their names on the posts and the presentations. So how do I make sure that management knows who my people are? So, I'm sure them talk about their managers and talking about the kind of managers they're working on. And it's amazing to me when I'm looking at it. I finally just had to come right out and tell them, it's like, well, you know, you didn't do it. You really do it, what you need to know you do it. You have to put yourself on display. Find a place in the company. What are your other skills? You know, if you really want to go to work for a big company, and you know that what you really like to do doesn't have any limits, that you really like to do so why am I going to go to that company and find a place? What else can I do? What can I find a place so that I can be there and then I can deliver to myself? You really want to continue to maintain an employment with the company you're at. You want to change your position in the company. How will I go around moving myself within that company? You've got to find a place. This slide actually, so I said I was going to work to not something. That's why it's so very you've got to activate that. Lay out a project plan to give employee or keep support. Any of you project management? How many of you have done project management before, or at least a portion of your career? Most of us as engineers, after the first 3 or 4 years, we are engineers. We work on projects, and we work so they not to a project. Okay? Whether they need to apply all that, or whether we just do it, we work at project management. Now, some of us might have taken an opportunity to do some training on good project management, how to do just doing them live, doing things poorly, and trying to get better the next time around. This is a project. What's the concept? What I want to do? Who am I going to do? What's my concept? What's the scope of my yard search? And then let's keep the yard search. I didn't really recommend you guys to do what we're talking about. You know a lot more about that. So, but it is a project plan. Do what you know to do. Build a project plan, build a scope, build a concept. Execute. Now you go into that direction. Right. There's that too. If you believe that you're possibility of maybe doing another job work in the future, maybe you want to rerun the last election to do what for that work and what for to do work. Maintenance, I think this might be my last slide. Keeping relevant knowledge before. So the last slide, I was managing technical director for the production technology group. Last time I actually worked with the production engineering. 20 years and the last time I actually worked production engineering to the time we began manager of the production technology. Okay. Surprisingly enough, thankfully there was some great line on the team, the technical debates with that, brought my technical skills back up within a very short period of time. Okay. But I'll say they require new skills. So, we want to learn about mocks and stuff for these production technology. Artificial intelligence, data analytics, mocks. So I learned some of that. I have learned some of that and still learned how to keep my job for 3 years, because I might be able to get a book written on that was doing things and that kind of stuff. The engineering principles, except before they don't change. So if you got your good background in engineering principles, that's fine. Cool, we use all things. I was trying to find think of one offhand, but I went to the school that we had recognized points this part. And I think there's a, I don't think we have any that regular more. So you got to run CMD, I think the CMD simulator is over management different. If you have a CMD operator and you run field and the question is the only one I think that's relatively still or something. Or the first one. Now you know what technology is probably one. You know, the tools, the idea of visual simulating, the idea of failure management, or the idea of chemical interaction, and all that change, tool we have to analyze the tool we have, and are you abreast of the tool? And have you maintained the ability to do that? And then when we get the unconventional, we get the deep water. I did that. So I know what people have to do. I would apply all of those same principles to the new chapter. You demonstrate the need that you, on a resume, have been out there and applying these skills and new challenges as well. What is relevant to that? Is it just unconventional? There's still a lot of ER going on with it. There's still a lot of unconventional going on with it. Last night I know some companies that have pulled out of ER that many companies have had before and put them back. What is relevant to that? Everything you've got is relevant. It's how I put it on this slide. Understanding corporate goals and adjusting how it is done. Understanding corporate goals and adjusting. What if that's something that I've penciled in and I work for to do? I don't care whether it's 5 million company or it's 2,000. What are they doing? What are their goals? How can I help them? What's going on in other industries that are going to affect you? Google is going to have people grab prices out. Pretty complex now. And if they can have things drive cars for me, they're going to be able to help capital technology do for me in the future. How do I want to position myself so I'm part of that? Not my standard as a good environment. How do I position myself within the industry? You know, the industries are all good. The financial industry is people that make money in finance. It's all done. People involved in the bond sector, cash and checks. And, the medical industry, who's out there walking the one without license, no question, into the deal or logging or something like that. The real research for is definitely looking through the ability to look at your tax scans or whatever it is they're looking at. All the time they're doing that. All of those things are eventually going to get relevant. They're going to be great. High technology groups are going to be slowest industries in the technology. There's a lot of things going on. I think we can look at that may be an opportunity to do this in my house. I think that's the last slide. Anybody have questions? I can't hear you.
Sorry. One of your slides talked about creating relevant response to the other people outside of the group can know them without being genuine
Actually, I've got several. So I have a very wide vice president one time, which said I need to see all of the people every 6 months. He said, I don't care what it is. I don't care how you put it together, but I need to see all of your people once, every 6 months. Your job is to find a way for them to get it. He was uncomfortable watching these people out. I have no idea what his problem was. He was very uncomfortable. He did not walk into somebody's house. So we have a manufacturing reason for them to be in the room to present their product for. Now, because that person did that, that's something I took away that as a manager I needed to do for people. And I'm telling you, you don't have to wait for your manager to do it. Find a reason, find something God done, find a reason to put that product together. If your company has some place that you're generally posted from, find a reason to put something together and put your name all over it. Be proud of the work we do. We do great work. We do hard work and we do great work, and I'll be proud of the work that we do, and I'll be willing to put it on display so people work in the future. Okay? If you're a part of, some people it's easy, so if you're a part of a multi-dimensional group and you have to pay a package as well, and you have to, presentations, all the time, senior management, that's pretty easy. If you're part of another group that, we have our SPSO, so this new part of projects, West Africa last year, and nobody's going to see us now for 4 years, because we're doing our job. Okay, that means we need to figure out how we're going to do this. That means we need to figure out how we're going to put ourselves back in front of that same group of people that said we could spend $4 billion, and we're going to show them what we're doing with $4 billion. Okay? Now, that's great for internal. And you can find reasons you can get your loss. You have to get your loss and get these things put together. I also know another person inside the main military that's called I've never had one president ever and doing I've never had anybody that doesn't get in, but they're coming down and I said, I need to talk to you about my career. How many of us are willing to put ourselves out? That's a pretty put yourself out there sort of thing. So you know what? There's an investment. Maybe you could do that. Put yourself out there. Okay. But there's all sorts of ways. Easy to say but it does fundamentally come in and put yourself out there, put yourself in front of people, and you have to become somewhat comfortable with this. Okay? And I don't know how to do it. You're going to have to be comfortable with putting yourself in front of people.
Any other questions? Steve, thanks for the plug for SPE Data Analytics. They just had their first meeting in January. The next meeting is March 23rd. I know you're going to be there. And this is a certificate telling you we've made a donation in your name to this scholarship endowment for SPE. So thanks for your time. All right. Come back in 6 minutes.
I'll set up for you. Just need to kind of project.
Yeah.
So whatever you need.
I was thinking also if the original file and just
It's okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
the original file and just I just do it like that.
I can check. I'll get rid of this.
Yeah. Is this working now? Is that?
That wasn't working because he was kind of
I've got
close.
some try. Do you
No,
think?
that was all right, yeah.
Do you think mine will be alright?
Yeah.
Well, because I know mine works.
I wonder if they were trying to stop.
So tell me how you're doing it.
So it's not like can you make it right? Wait, just perfect. Just like
You want me to move it up
yeah,
front?
and just put it in the middle.
This computer is slow.
That's what I want.
Let's end this slow.
Perfect. Love.
Steve, I was
You want to
going
do the screen now?
into your network.
You want to do the screen?
Yes, put it on the.
Or you don't want people to get distracted? Yeah.
Were you here for all the introductions? Substances.
And from that, we'll swap to her presentation. Just
What is her presentation?
okay. I need to come from her. Because I know what the file is. Okay, that's the, she put herself, she not very busy. I need to come here so she can move once. Call her please. If you don't mind. Yeah, we just want to make sure we're in the right spot.
Where is it right?
Which one
I
was it?
am.
This one?
Which one? Let's go back. I'm in here.
Let's take a look. Which one was this one?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to open it. I'm
Right.
going to
Put it
turn
onto
it.
slideshow, and then I'm going to check that this works
Yeah.
without going too far forward.
Very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we like to do a little bit of presentation with another slide.
Yes.
We are just going to, yeah, advertise.
It's okay, I got it.
So I'm thinking, can it someone make a network?
And it's click. There it is. What else? What else? What about the next event? Susan is changing. We activate, yeah. Because we don't have enough people. Where's Susan?
I'm trying on
The reason I asked about email because I know that people who work in the same as you are like talent
Yes.
development
Yes.
organization, and I feel like I can connect those people.
Yes.
She's Irish.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Where does she work?
I know, but she's a best friend of mine.
Oh, no, good,
Also, my
yeah.
wife, she's been training in development.
Is she?
Yeah, that's why I know.
Yeah,
a lot
no,
of people.
too. Yeah. Yeah.
So
No, I
can give you
will.
an
So I
email.
will. I'll get your email. And you can just do it.
Yeah. I just want to help you.
I just haven't had business cards since I was in sales.
I
It's
get
funny,
that.
isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Because I never keep business
She's in
cards
a sales
myself.
too, yeah.
I know, it's funny.
Yeah.
So I feel awful, but I feel bad when people want one. But
Mine
you
is
can,
fine.
you can find, get hold of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'll email you.
So good
Yeah.
to have you. So,
Good. Oh, you're sweet.
I just want to help the people for the next one. So
Yeah, too. Take this off the I know who I am now, I think. Well, a lot of people came after launch. We give them the opportunity to speak. They are around. So they can be.
So what we'll do is you will do this, yes, and I will swap to the online, and we will do another event next Friday. Because I want to talk about it here now, but again, so now I just.
Okay, can I see it?
Yeah.
I know.
It's a good question.
Okay.
That's our next event.
Four speakers. I can use one of the videos.
Or even you can do it anytime. I just want to make sure. That's next Friday. I just add that it's up. I tried to make sure it's I know what you said. I know. That's a very good. Yeah, sure that you did. I didn't say that. Yeah, usually you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry if I reacted slowly. I usually think a lot before I answer. Yeah.
Okay, couple of minutes, right? She said 10 minutes.
When I sent you the message, message I sent, we spoke yesterday about the publishing in a social network, and that was the guy's name who does the social networking in the SPE, all the publication and everything. His name is Brian, and I told him in a phone today, like yesterday, I will be talking to this guy because in the next, so we can create something.
But I understood that you wanted
No,
me to do something.
No, I didn't.
You were just saying the announcements before the next week. Susan told me to announce this. I don't know the rest. Okay.
What
Did she
announcement,
tell
yeah?
you?
Oh yeah, sure. The jobs.
Did she tell you? Huh?
You should change. Okay, we have to talk about it.
No. I'll do mine at the end. Yeah. Yes.
How do you do this?
How are you?
Juliet, hey, I see you all the time, and I didn't realize that's Juliet. I think you sent an email requesting to be a part of this. I did get it. Volunteering, yeah. What did you get? Oh, okay. All right. So I know you're going to talk about this. Absolutely. What just let me know how I can help. The important thing is that we do get. I was out this because I know you're right. Pay it forward. So I went to this. Let's see, let me go on. I hope so. I'm sorry. What we need to do today to hear the downloads, shares, matches, videos, exile, talking about this yeah. It has to become on behalf of the SPE Members Committee, where we're requesting you to come in and show a presence to the community. That's really what it is. It's showing a presence to the operate. That we're going to make a concerted effort to come out and hire people. There's people out there. We can use them this year. First week on them back. Yes. I think so. I can certainly be like a VP. And, oh yeah. Because it's about going in there. This is one of the strange things, you know, is when I was VP, I was the person responsible for this. Right. So it's good to get that. That's good.
Hello, could you please take your seats? We are going to start with our third speaker of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are about to start.
Yes. So many of you are already aware of this initiative from the SPE Gulf Coast section Members in Transition. This is a hire event for professionals like us looking for a job. We want companies to engage and support us. We are looking for sponsors, and we are looking for employers that will be active looking for people at the time of our hiring event. This hiring event is going to happen on March 28th, and we have sent some communications through the MIT newsletter. And we need, of course, we are going to need volunteers. So whoever wants to volunteer, please look at the information in here, send an email, to the email address. And if you want more information, you can also click on the job seeker and the employers. We need your help on helping us to spread the word to companies, to people that you know about this event. The more people that it comes to the event, the more people that is aware, the more employers that know about this event, the better this event is going to be. So let us make it successful. Thank you. Our third speaker is Rachel Walden. She has 26 years of experience in coaching, leadership, and professional development, with focus on talent management and career development. She has worked in many industries, including technology, banking, oil, and gas. Her current role at Halliburton includes delivering training, tools, and resources to enable employees to take ownership on their careers and to enhance leadership skills. She holds a bachelor's degree in German and Italian, and she is in her final years of studies for a master's degree in coaching and behavioral challenge. Please help me to welcome Rachel Walden.
Thank you.
So delighted to be with you here this afternoon. You can tell I've come all the way from East Texas. I've been in Houston for a couple of years now. I joined Halliburton 5 years ago. So as I said earlier, pretty new actually to oil and gas. I think it's quite a long time with the organisation. I realise this industry, I'm still a bit wet behind the ears. And the reason why I just here to introduce that, because you'll hear later as I go through career development, if you had asked me 27 years ago, or told me that I was going to be global talent development manager for an oil and gas company working in Houston, I would say no way. So I'm going to talk about career development and what comes your way, and it's not always that direct path. And I know for engineers sometimes it's the new stereotypes now. It's not always a black and white. Sometimes it's a bit of a third way, and that's what I hope I'm going to sort of talk to you about today. Perhaps not looking at the obvious. Now at
Halliburton, and as with all of the gas and safety is the primary focus, and we always start our meeting with safety. So I'm going to start with a value moment which has real relevance to our topic today. And this has been gone viral on LinkedIn, so some of you may have seen this. So the CFO says to the CEO, so what happens if we invest in developing our people and then they leave us? All that money is spent, right? Then they go and join competition with someone else. Great retort from the CEO. So what happens if we don't and they stay? And that's a little bit about what you and Steve was talking about earlier, wasn't it? It's about being current, staying relevant for those people in organisations. How do you keep relevant? I have daily conversations with people and say, I've been around a long time, I don't need to develop anymore. And it's all about it. It's about being current, remaining current, which those of you in transition, that's how you do that. Of course, there are lots of benefits to an organisation and making sure that we develop people. But today it's about you, and it's about how you can keep current, things that you can do to really drive towards things that you want personally. And I'll be sharing a few stories as we go along. But some background to all of this is markets. I joined oil and gas, say 5 years ago, boom time, and then of course it all comes crashing down around us. And I've been in banking and I've been in telecoms, all at the boom of bust time. So if anybody's looking to know what to do with their career path, go follow mine. I won't tell you what industry I'm looking at. But I have been, I've been in industries where it's been tough times, and certainly my role in talent management is all about keeping people motivated in that time, keeping people's skills current in that time, and for me, it's about helping people be selfish, and that's the key message I'm going to give you today. Unless I've given you the corporate blurb about why talent development is important, it's absolutely about you as individuals here today. So I'm going to help you be selfish with your following. So when you see, or hear the phrase career development, what sort of phrases come into your head? What's it mean to you personally? Training. Training, yeah, that's often what it is, isn't it? It's often training. Yeah, what else? Conferences, yeah. Competencies. Discipline, yeah. Growth. It could be all of the above. But actually, whatever it means personally to you is what it comes to. So hang on to that thought as we go through this presentation. What we're going to look at is, well, what is career development, and who can take some responsibility for it, what's your role in your next move. I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight into some market trends. You've heard some already, and you've been in the thick of it, so you kind of know what's going on in the oil and gas market. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to look at giving you some tools and resources, how to manage the change. You've heard some great tips from both Terry and Steve about how to put your CV together, how to get there on LinkedIn, insights into how to keep yourself relevant. I'm going to be a bit soft. And we're going to look a little bit more about the emotional part of transitions and how perhaps to manage some of the change that you have gone through and that you are going through. And a lot of time that I spent with Halliburton since I moved over to Houston was what, 2013,
It's April the 1st, that should be the clue. April the 1st, 2015. Yeah. It's when I landed in Houston. And you can imagine, so I'm into talent management, and you think that it's all about training. Guess what gets cut first in a lot of organisations? Training budgets. To be fair, that wasn't actually the case. That's certainly what was going through people's minds. But actually, it was working with the senior leadership team and saying, what does the organisation need now? You know, the industry is hemorrhaging, we're losing really good people, we're trying to hold on to really good people, and what do we do? So it's all about managing change. And that was, you know, what my department, we focused a lot on, was developing leaders, developing individuals to help manage that change, while still keeping themselves current, with the tendency, of course, is to keep their heads down, and don't ask me to do anything extra. I don't want to be next on the list. So it's very much about how do we get people stay motivated and doing on that side of the organisation. There's a lot of work on development, development specifically, and also on management training. So we're going to look at that. I'm going to help you perhaps come up with some personal strategies of managing your management. And there's one key objective I'm going to have, and that is to inspire every one of you to take one new action of what you heard today. Whether it's from me, whether it's from Terry, or whether it's from Steve. I'm going to call you to action. To be honest. But I think that's if nothing else. There's one new thing, or additional thing, or task thing that you're going to do leaving here today to help you through the transition. As the hope the market seems to be picking up, so I want to give you some impetus. Some of you may well have seen this before in previous lives. So you've got a piece of paper and a pen in front of you. What I'd like you to do is, I want you to join the dots. You can use 4 lines. I want you to put the pen on the paper. Can't lift the pen up. So draw those line dots. And using the pen, see if you can join all the dots just using 4 lines. I should have got 5. 5 will get there. In their class. Pardon? In the line. Got it?
Yeah, I do.
It's in your hand. I don't want to get too distracted. The point of this exercise, before I reveal this bit of a clue, is thinking outside the box. Got it? Yeah. Yeah, thinking outside the box. Yeah? How many times in life do we create our own rules when they're not there? Yeah? So thinking outside the box. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so easy when you see it now, isn't it? But that's the lesson, right? It's that thinking outside the box, and not creating our own rules and being constrained by things. And I thought, both Terry and Steve just gave some really interesting insights. Terry with some of the things that we thought we should always be doing in our TV. No. Think outside the box. Create something yourself. Get that network. So when we talk about career development, obviously there's, you know, the two things there, aren't there? There's the career ladder and there's the career lattice. What do you associate with that career ladder? Yeah, it's kind of the only way up, isn't it? And when we talk about it, it's kind of like we're talking with some of the leaders and the employees, and it's got to be up, it's got to be my next step. When am I going to get the next promotion? When am I going to get the next new fancy job? When are you going to change my title? And that's a very traditional view of career development and career management. So what we're looking at is, you know, this career lattice. There's all these sideways lateral moves within an organisation. And this is what we will talk about when we look at our return on employees. For those of you who are, you know, external and looking in transition, looking for your new role, I'm encouraging you to think outside the box. It may not be the obvious role that comes up. And I'm going to give you a story here about my potted career history. Not an engineer, standing up there talking to us, you know, about our career development on that. And yes, I was one of the devil's spawn. When I left university, you know, this language graduate, wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do, and so I moved into sales and business development. And not just sales and business development, but real devil's spawn, and it was worse than that. But that's the I did within recruitment. So I worked for a recruitment organisation. So I was out there working with organisations, helping them find speakers. In the 80s, it's boom time. That whole classic, you know, spray and pray, throw CVs in organisations, and no money. And then the recession hit, and then it was about, now I need to develop skills. But quite early on in my career, it was all vertical. You know, this young graduate, within 8 years, has had something like 5 or 6 promotions to a regional sales director. I mean, ridiculous. And guess what? You know, those are my expectations. All of you can say it's the millennials. It's not. I'm not a millennial. But, you know, that was my expectation. And then, of course, the recession hit. And also, a little bit like Terry, I suddenly realised that what I really enjoyed doing was not what I was doing. And that my real kick was out of that I was becoming very successful at developing other people. So I was, you know, a good salesperson, but actually I got more enjoyment out of developing my sales region, the people in my region. So it was like, but of course, being in a sales organisation, they're expecting you to just get out there and sell. So I had to make, you know, a big career decision at the time. And having been in the organisation for 12 years, what do I do? So I walked. I decided, you know what? I'm going to walk. I'm going to leave the organisation. Sometimes it's really hard to find a job when you're in a job. I took 3 months out, did a consultancy, did sales training, and really thought about what do I want to do. It was really scary. As soon as I walked, what have I done? Really done. But I did my consulting. But it was the best thing I ever did. Because what actually happened was, from that point on, I took lateral moves. So it would have been really easy to go and do a coaching job with another recruitment consultancy. No, don't go into something familiar or safe. That's going to take you back into the past that you're in. But I moved sideways, and that's what I'm doing. And I took a job with less money, didn't have the fancy title, but what it gave me was the things that I really wanted, which was the opportunity to develop and coach. Coaching role. And from that point on, I think without exception, I've usually had 2 or 3 lateral moves, and so we realised that, you know, I've moved up. And that those lateral moves have been, within the organisation, but also outside into. So whilst many of you, of course, will feel very wedded to oil and gas, of course, but just start thinking, well, does it have to be the obvious organisation? Is there something else? I was talking to somebody at lunch, and somebody was thinking, actually, I've got really good consulting skills. Perhaps there are other consultancy type organisations that I can go join. And this is zigzagging path. There'll be opportunities. And the other advice which came out is career lattice approach, was grab every opportunity that you have. And I know this isn't going to be done in real life. There will be. And it's trying something new. We try to give you people an organisation is, yeah, have that. So the opposite. Why not? Have that. So it's volunteering work. It might sort of open your eyes to something different. It will certainly open the network and introduce you to those people. And a lot of the work that I've done, I was not formally trained. So that's why I'm finishing, I can see my research paper in mathematics, I'm coaching the whole change. But it's because people gave me opportunities to try something new, which seemed like I got to lose. Nothing else is working with different groups of people, which is a great time in history. That kind of mindset. So this leads on to who's responsible for career development, and ultimately we know it's us. We know it's us as an organisation, whether it's a corporate organisation or whether it's an organisation like SPE. They can give you lots of structure and tools and resources and opportunities. Your leaders can provide you feedback and try and develop some of your skills. And any HR group or talent management group can certainly provide tools and resources to help people with their career development. But ultimately, it's what you do to complete that, tools to take away. So again, the message to you today, are you the ones that are going to go straight onto Terry's site and download some of the tools that she's offered you? Are you going to take Steve's advice and make sure that you're networking back to different types of people? Accept that invite. Do I really have to go to that? Quiet, you never know. There might be somebody absolutely fascinating there who will give you the insights into something new, or knock down the line, could open key and open the door to new opportunities. You never know. Usually comes from unexpected things. There's some research done recently, and they said that often, I work a lot with us at the moment, use high potential. The research shows that, if they have a really, really planned career path, they tend to be disappointed. Because somebody suddenly comes up and says, hey, how about coming and tapping on the shoulder and saying, we've got a really difficult job, we go to Angola for us, Nigeria, whatever. And grab those opportunities. But ultimately, it's down to us and the use of the choice. Just a quick insight then into some of the trends in the market. This is a preview of some research from Wittenhouse Watson, specifically around the oil and gas industry. And what they've identified is there are some major stresses on employees and employers and on the workforce. It's a fast-changing market, which we know that the market has changed considerably in the last 5 years. And we've got to divert we're shaping all the time how we actually do business. The second one there is technology, and that's been referred to a couple of times. The third one is that demographic shift. It really is happening, and some of you maybe have worked in organisations where it's 3 or 4 generations together. And that has impact, doesn't it, on us as leaders and looking for new roles. It's all about, how do we work with that diverse and mixed group of people. The reason I'm showing you this is it's more about link back to what Steve was saying about keeping relevance. You know, this is an insight into what's happening in the market. My tip is think about how you're adapting, how relevant are you to any of these areas. That fourth one is really more about compensation benefits. It's more about, you know, there's much more transparency now within organisations about compensation benefits, and so more individualised at the program. But those first three particularly, you know, think about how are you adapting, how relevant are you? And I've heard, you know, talking to some of you, that there's some amazing resources on offer, not from SPE, but you know, they're actually offering new free classes to do software development, build up on some technology, just learning. And stay relevant. So the third thing that I wanted to talk to you about then was really about managing this change. And how many of you have, you know, experienced all sorts of different emotions in the last few months, 2 years? Different emotions. Yeah? So angry maybe, frustrated, a bit worried, unsettled, scared. It's not just you, is it? It's you and your loved ones and, you know, everybody around you. It has been very, very difficult 2 years. But this is all around. So what I want you to think about now, and we're going to have an interactive session, is that some of the emotions that we go through. It's, you know, it's our role as individuals is to think about how do I manage those ups and downs, because they will be ups and downs. And there always is. Looking for a career. I've said it twice. I've been in that transition phase. And when you don't quite remember how long that transition phase is. You know it today? We're exactly able to manage yourself and manage other people around you. Some of you may well have seen this in the past. This is the Kubler-Ross. It's like that group. It's that idea of, you know, to get through change, to ultimately be accepting of a change, as human beings, we have to go through a range of emotions, which can be a roller coaster. But it's quite natural. That's how it is here. So you've got things like, you know, shock, denial. You might dive into things like frustration. Finally, letting go and playing around, trying to experience new things until we actually think, you know what, this is okay. This change is okay. I'm going to deal with it. I can deal with it. People have to go through different emotions. Yes.
No, so my first emotion was,
yes,
I can't believe the company's letting me go, shooting themselves in the foot.
It's all that noise.
That's my first emotion.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're doing it.
Yeah, and this is what
they're going to lose their, they're going to decrease their.
Okay. That's absolutely right. They've made the wrong decision. Yeah. Yeah. And that is very natural. And what you'll see up here on the right-hand side is the Bridges model, which, you know, it's to do with change and these emotions, but it's quite a nice, simple way to look at it. There's that first stage of that ending, losing, letting go. It's almost that denial terms of thinking, has that really happened to me? And hanging on to what was, not wanting to let go of that, and I've always been through it, so I'll always stay in that, and hanging on to it rather than thinking, you know what, Rachel, be brave, you actually want to do something different. Let go of all your sales contacts and start thinking about who might give you and in coaching skills. Then there's that sort of neutral zone, which is over time you can tap 5-year texting and then moving in. So it's about how, you know, strategies that we can take to move ourselves as fast as we can out of those first two phases into that acceptance and finding something new. You know, certainly market picks up. come across this before? Yeah. Quite new. It's quite new with we introduced it, our management introduced it at Halliburton. So we did a whole change management program. So we talked about this. And it was very much, you know what, as leaders, you need to be talking about this. You need to know, one, it's okay and it's quite normal to be going through these phases. You know, this is 1920s research about the phases that people go through, emotions and experience and change. It's quite normal. But what it is that what we do that and how we move ourselves forward. One of the things that we can do, and we know, you know, it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster, it's about building our own personal resilience. What would you say is the definition of resilience?
Getting back up and knocked out.
Getting back up, yeah. We have to deal with the challenges and issues. And one of the examples that we use here is obviously Edison. He's trying to light a light bulb and said, I think, allegedly said, I have not failed, I've just found 10,000 ways that do not work. That's resilience. I don't know it's a good example. And it's absolutely right. And resilience is our ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. Okay? Yes?
So, what would you advise people that who've gone through that training cycle?
Yeah.
And they want to get back in the game, and the person comes out, what can they train?
So the question is, you know, I'm ready to change, I've gone through those motions, and then something comes up, and it might not be the perfect thing, but it's the first thing, and it's something. What's my advice? It doesn't matter. In a way, it doesn't matter. It's what you do with that. It could be a good opportunity. It's your frame of mind when you go and take that position. However, if your gut is saying, you know what, this isn't going to make me happy, it's not aligned to all those achievements that I've written based on, you know, Terry's advice, and it does not sit well with me, don't do it. Because it will push you back even harder. But it can be difficult when, you know, there are bills to pay. Then there's your self-esteem to manage. There's temptation. But only if you're going to get something out of it. And that's, you know, that's something that I learned very quickly when I was in that transition. Actually, the second transition. So when I moved, I was in banking. You know, when it was market was dying. I was over in Boston, and I was all life being turned here and me back home. It was really bad recession, so I didn't find anything. And again, I just thought, what do I want to do? What have I really enjoyed so far? So I wrote down, you know, this is what I've accomplished. And then wrote down, what is it that I really enjoyed about each of these jobs? What have I enjoyed about these companies? What have I enjoyed about these bosses? And then at the same time, what have I hated? What didn't I like? And started talking to people and saying, you know, this is me. This is what they, you know, if I create my own perfect job, this is what it would look like. These are the PLs. These are the must-haves and these are the kind of nice-to-haves. And I turned something else down because of it. And then something, Halliburton came along. As I said, instead I tell you the story, I'll come around to it now. And they were all, you know, said, somebody told me 25 years ago from the talent management in falling out of that's what it means. Let alone the views on natural resources. However, you know how Halliburton found me? They found me through LinkedIn. Because I had sat writing and really clear about what I wanted. And this is what 5 years ago. I did go get my project actually done. And I spent a lot of time writing my profile, like a month, really getting it right. And not getting it right for them, getting it right for me. I wanted to know that this was the profile of Rachel, what Rachel was doing. And I yeah, very happy and doing it. So thank you for it. I think that's a good one. I guess the message is being true to yourself. You'll know. The 3 elements then to that resilience. It's about challenge, it's about commitment, it's about control. And truly resilient people are those that can use difficulty as a challenge, not a paralyzing event. We're allowed to have those, we used to call them the duvet days. We're allowed to hide under a duvet for a day when you're in that kind of not fire. Get out there and do something about it. We do that myself. The second one is about commitment. So resilient people are committed to their lives and their goals. And we're going to do a little session in a second around resilience, what you can do to build that. So it's not just being completely career-minded, it's have a life outside work too. It's being committed to both of those. Third area of resilience is that control. Resilient people spend their time and energy focused on situations and events that they have control over. And this was one of the critical messages that we spent time working with leaders and employees over the last 18 months. Because people are the market has been so awful. And we didn't know who was going to be sacked on the top of the next. Not very much, but thank you very much. You've given us some very good service. And that's what people worry about. That's all people worry about. They got to the stage where we started thinking about people so distracted that actually that's going to have an impact on safety. Can you imagine? People out on the rigs, people out on jobs, and all they're worried about is whether they're going to keep their job or not. They can't concentrate on their work. That's actually how our change management series resulted, is that how do people stay mentally and physically. And helping people realise they don't have control over that decision. They don't have control over the share price. They don't have control over the oil price. They don't have control over international markets or over decisions. We don't have control over that. But what we do have control over is keeping ourselves relevant. So that is how we then introduce the conversation. Keep yourself relevant in your work, out of work. How do you understand? So then we're going to have a bit of an activity now. There are 3 areas of resilience that we can all have control over. There's the social one, which is everything that we talked about today with Terry and also Steve, about building those connections, that networking. We're going to go into a bit more depth in a second. The second one is that mental resilience and focusing on your well-being, mental well-being. How do you keep that positive outlook? And focusing on what it is you ultimately personally want to achieve. It's about you, and it's about being selfish. Stay true to yourself, but keeping healthy. And the third one, of course, is that physical resilience. Focusing on eating healthy, getting to exercise, etc. And I think of it as a 3-legged stool. It's trying to keep those 3 balance. And And one might be a little shorter than the other, a bit wobbly. I can still sit on it, it's safe enough. But then maybe, you know, where it gets too short and then we topple over. So for me, it's about keeping those three areas of resilience. So, yeah, balance. We're going to have a bit of an exercise now, and the purpose of this is holding up my own voice. And just as the events are about, you know, being able to socialise and connect, I'm going to give you an opportunity to connect with each other and also to connect with yourself and thinking about the goals that we're trying to achieve. So what we're going to look at, social, mental and physical resilience. What I'm going to get you to do, we're going to do it like this. So we're going to turn, this front table is going to turn around and work with this table, you're going to turn around and work with this table, you're going to turn around and work with this table, same thing now, okay? So front turns around, and what you'll find is, what I'm doing, you can be putting that together, you two much together, what you're doing on three here. How have you got an amount of people in each room? No, I Ready? Okay. Ready for discussion? Yeah, great. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to come around and I'm just going to give you a topic. So you are going to be social, mental, physical, social, mental, physical, you'll get that? Social, mental, physical, social, mental. Right, so you might have got social, physical. So you all have either social, physical, or mental resilience. Each table has a flip chart, piece of paper, and a couple of pens. I'm going to give you 7 minutes. Alright, to be precise. I'll keep an eye on time. 7 minutes. I would like you to describe as many things as you can do to develop your social resilience as a social. Your physical resilience is your physical, and your mental resilience is your mental. Yeah? All clear? Yes, brainstorm as many ideas as possible to develop that particular area of resilience.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's time up. 7 minutes. Doesn't time fly. It seems a shame to stop you all. There's too much energy in the room. Chatting, socialising, it's all part of it, right? All we're going to do is we're going to hear some of the ideas. Who were, hands up to groups that were social. Okay. And what I'd like to hear from each group is just one thing that you came up with to be social. We're just going to hear some, what we're going to do is we're going to hear some of the ideas in the room. We're then going to post those posters up. We're going to put the social posters up there in a minute. And then we're going to hear from the mental groups and from the physical groups. And then remember, I said there's going to be a bit of a call to action. We'll follow that. So let's hear from the social groups. The first social group, one thing that you said would be a good idea.
So connecting by going to lunch with previous co-workers and trying to do that with a different person every week.
Nice. So one new lunch every week with a previous co-worker. Nice idea. One idea for this group.
Well, I think it's similar. It's teams engaged in different networking organizations like the SPE and some of us are involved in other organizations as well. So we do that as a way to build something like that.
Yeah, so joining in different social networks. Fantastic. Yeah. Maintaining LinkedIn connections. Very handy. How do you maintain, how does that those of you who are quite good at maintaining your LinkedIn connections? It's keeping connected, it's keeping in contact with them. And an easy way to do that is to, I can't think of the word, it's one, not giving the reference, when you endorse them. I am connected with some people years ago who will be quite useful in my master's research. They endorse me, and that's a good way. The good news about LinkedIn is there seems to be an unwritten rule. You don't have to be picking up the phone to them, emailing and doing something for them. There's an unwritten rule that if you're connected with people in LinkedIn and somebody reaches out to you in your network, that you respond. Similar thing. There seems to be that very nice, unwritten rule about it. So the good way to keep in connection is actually to keep those things. Is that any other social group? Yes.
We have obviously keep in touch with your former work contacts and regular mentors you had in previous jobs.
Yes.
We still be out there looking for assistance.
Yes. So keep in contact with previous colleagues and also his mentors or mentees if you mentoring yourself. That all social groups. Fantastic. One member of the social group don't pin up those posters here and have a social group. Now go to the groups that were looking at mental resilience. Yeah? Go ahead, first one. No one's committing thing in the next one.
Maintaining relationships and
Because that gets stimulation, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So it links in with the social part. And I think I noticed, I don't want to take something
oh, I'm going to take something away from the group by peering over their shoulder. It's about who you socialise with, isn't it? For your strong mental health, you're going to socialise with people who are going to do good things for you, make you feel good. Yeah, with those positive people. Yeah, really, not those people who are going to bring you down when you don't need to be brought down.
Unless you're taking an attack, dumps.
Yes.
I personally want to help it, so I.
You shake it, yeah, take a hand. Yeah, that's it.
Or look at them and say, "Oh, but, you know,
I know.
you know,
Yeah, you get it. Sometimes you do together. Yeah. So then,
stay focused on career search and
staying focused on it, prioritizing what it comes. Some of you may have been out of work for more than a month, more than 2 months, or a year. Yeah. How easy is it to keep focused?
It's a work on.
You've got to work on it. You've got to be absolutely clear on it.
So actually, that's the brainstorm.
Yes.
So my first wording on this was avoid honeydews, but I was reminded that I want to stay married.
Absolutely.
So which has the word prioritize?
It can be difficult to be perfect, but also you have to think of the reality. Remember, we talked about the emotions we go through. You see that it's a roller coaster. One day will be better than the other. It's all right as long as you pick yourself up and you're really prioritise. Not always be scared when you can't always, unconsciously do it. This week.
Sure. Well, yeah, attend educational training and improve
Oh, that's a good one. I like an idea. So attend some seminars, groups.
A lot of things under exercise.
Exercise your brain, just do read a different book, go and socialise something different. You get to think, oh, they see the world completely differently to me. It's amazing what open your mind a bit and also produces good. That all the mental resilience groups. If you could put your posters up here for me then, and this slide here. Now finally we'll finish off with the social and with the physical groups. Yay, physical.
So the first one that we had on the list was join the gym.
Join the gym, January.
It's important that you have that qualifier for that. You want to join it, but you really don't need to go unless it has really nice spots. So.
And there's a difference, isn't there, between enjoying it and actually turning up.
Get the spot.
Yeah, it's far too good. Yeah, do some exercise. Thank you. Maybe there's a good group. Yeah. Get some good sleep rest. It's not hard. I'll say when you're worried about things. It is very, very important. Yeah. Yes. Healthy meals. Yeah. They always say, if things get down in the dumps, some people do that eating healthy, other people, reach out for them, biscuits and cookies. A big obstacle there, good. Anything else? Yes, it's that. Remember the parents, medical parents? Yes. Yeah. Get your checks done, that's all. Very good.
Did anyone in the groups that we had a discussion here about going from regular beer to light beer?
I believe in good balance. 5 days without red wine and lots of spinach.
You already said drink water.
And the order of wine, yeah.
I said it's a related.
And usually they actually are related. So I'm going to ask you to, if you could put the physical, and come up on this board here, if you stick your focus up on my,
Somebody carry mine over.
Of course, all of these are related, you know, it's proven, and if there's to be, I'm doing lots of studies on neuroscience at the moment, incredible research is coming out, and it is about all three of them, you know, and it's about, you know, keeping the cognitive part going, yeah, keeping the motor part going in the brain, that physical part, and the emotional bit, which is through the social connection. So I think it's heart, mind, and soul, isn't it? The three things. Talked about it essentially, and now it's working inside to prove it. That's what we're looking at, those three things. Now, all of us, I'm going to say that's what I really understand to say this. Some of us may have a bit of a wobbly stool. Yeah? And then it's a little bit of a wobble. What I'd like you to do is, to do this safely, is I just want you to stand up, just walk around the room, just go and have a look at all these posters that were up here. We've got the social, the mental resilience, and the physical resilience. Just go and have a look and see if there's something on there that you think, what a great idea. I'm going to steal it. I'm going to steal it. They're up there in public. You're allowed to steal them. Why do you have a wheel? Let's walk around and see what you find. This is also a bit of physical exercise.
Looks like Leah. One day, yeah.
If you could
come back and sit down, just to close. Really? I'd just like to summarise and close for you. So what we've looked at is that definition of career development. So I hope you realise that, remember, it is about thinking outside the box and really thinking about, well, is it a lateral move? Is it learning something new? Your next role may not be what you expect it to be. And as long as it fits with you and what your priorities are and what's of interest to you, then have a go. We talked about career development, and then we talked a little bit about that change process and the emotions that all of us human beings go through whenever change gets thrown at us, and that it's quite normal to expect it, don't ignore it, but our role is to try and move ourselves out of that uncertainty, trial phase into more of an acceptance, a bit more of an exploratory just a really time limit. Prepared to take a risk, prepared to deal with that change. And then we had some strategies there to look at how we can build up, keep that three-legged stool planted on the ground and get balance with our social, physical, and mental resilience. So in summary, something that we look at internally when we talk to individuals about career management and talent management is about, it's that whole cycle. So just as Terry and also to talk about, it's all about looking back at your achievements. So internally, we think about this as a perform area. The first thing for your next career is that, well, what have you done? What are your achievements? What are your successes? What are your key core strengths and weaknesses? And what are the things that you really like doing? Start with that, and then start thinking about, okay, so what do I want to develop? And for you, that's about how do I keep current? What we talked about, but also, there's an opportunity. Am I keeping current enough with technology? Am I keeping current enough about what's going on within markets? Am I being current enough about talking to different types of people? If I get back into an organisation and I'm a leader in that organisation, I'll be working with very diverse teams across different generations. So perhaps I need to get rid of my ideas and start being a bit open-minded. The way to do that is to socialise and network with different types of people. Embrace this challenge. But actually, it's all underpinned by that connection, that socialisation. And that doesn't mean you have to suddenly have a personality transplant from being those extroverts that are life and soul with everything on. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is build that network. Focus on what you have already. Be clever with that. Reach out to people. Keep things in current at that stage. And offer your help. And also just think a bit more broadly. Whether it's a church, whether it's a professional organisation, join those extra groups on LinkedIn. Try it. And think of it as the opportunity. Try something new. And one thing that I have learned so far with my research with coaching and behavioural change is so delighted that whereas before we thought our brains like dying and all the neurons disappearing, neuroscience have proven that completely wrong. That we can continue to build those neural connections. And do you know how you do that? Well, two things. The first one is physical exercise. Yeah, helps to fire new neurons, neural pathways. So you can see it, it's proven not just the brain. It works. And the second one, which is brilliant for me as a talent manager, is doing something new. So that can be something new for the brain, something new connection with the person, that we are doing something new. So the two things that they see actually create new pathways in the brain. So go out there, try something new, talk to somebody different, have a different perspective, lift up your old CV and start writing it again. Why not? It might give you something new. So with that, thanks very much.
Well, Rachel, we have scholarship relation.
Good luck with
As you can. You can pull this up. As you can come in. First of all, thank you very much for all of you coming. It's a great pleasure having so many people on the Friday. What I would like to say, we're having another great seminar coming on next week on Friday, and we would like to just go on online and look at this one and click the register button. And we have great presenters, 4 of them. Please don't forget about signing up, and we are looking forward to seeing you all on Friday. And I would like to bring you Tinder over here if you want to make the presentation also. Networking.
Okay, so one of the other things, the members and transitions, we have several events going on, and one of them is our job search. Okay, sorry. All right, can everybody hear me? Okay, so one of the other things that the Member and Transition Committee has for SPE is a job search work team. And this year we updated our times. We're now meeting on Mondays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon at the SPE offices. So as long as you're a member in transition, a member of SPE, we welcome you to come and join us. We will be posting it on the events page. The room is limited to 17. So please register if you plan to come, just so we can accommodate it. And if we get more than 17 people consistently trying to register, then we'll open up a second day. We used to meet on Tuesdays, so if we need to open up a second time, we could possibly consider that. So please join us if you're looking for a job search work team.
Thank you. And we have one more announcement. You know, the SPE and the Paid It Forward networking programs are combined collaboration, and we have a presenter today, Mr. Richard Truhart, who would like to talk about the Paid It networking programs. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. I don't know, I've got a slide on this. I want to throw it up. There's a bunch of stuff on there, but it'll be a PDF. So, it's that one right there, PIF letter right there. It's in the Word document. Oh, wonderful. So anyway, I'm Richard Truhart. I'm curious to know, does anybody remember my tagline from this morning? Engineer extraordinaire. Wow, I'm impressed. And you can forget that now. What I'm going to talk about is Pay It Forward. I'm going to try to be quick about it because I know everybody wants to get on I-10 and get home before everybody hits off. Or San Antonio, one or the other. But Pay It Forward networking programs was established by a couple of people, Carlos Pineda and Brian Chow. Now what their concern was keeping everybody skills current and cross-training while you're in transition. So they established a program and started off with the first one here is Pay It Forward networking tours. The networking tours involves finding companies and invite people in that are in transition and give them a presentation of what they do, what the industry's doing, and what their facilities are like. There is a obligation that goes along with being part of the networking tours. There's about 200 people on the roll for that right now. It's rather selective because most of the time it's only 10 to 20 people that can make a tour, so it's kind of limited. But it's open to everybody. If you're interested, you can contact me or Gary Altoff or Jeffrey sitting there. We can help you get involved with that. The second thing that we started, and I think this was probably April, May, when we paid for training. We had such demand for the tours, and we wanted to get more people involved. Pay it forward training is open to anybody. It's typically directed towards technical people or professionals, mostly towards oil field, but we have had presentations from finance, aerospace, a few other things. But it's open basically to the public. Anybody that's either working or in transition, we like to get people working to participate. But we get people to come in, they can be like one of y'all and present a topic that they're experts in, or it could be somebody from the industry who wants to give a presentation on their company or their product or their process, and we'll have 2 to 3 speakers over a 4-hour period. And that's paid for training, and it's open to everybody. We have a third thing called Pay It Forward Channel, which is headed up by Gary back here. It's a group of experts that have signed up to commit their time to do peer reviews, root cause analysis, product reviews, design failure, scopes, operation audits. This is at no cost and it's confidential. We have a specific team that's set up for that, over 60 professionals, 1,400 years of combined experience, 33 types of degrees, covering 44 technical areas. And if y'all want to be a part of that, you're certainly welcome to contact Gary about that. It's pretty fascinating. We don't really talk about the companies or the people we've done panels for, but it's kind of a confidential thing, and they say you can have it. The fourth thing we're starting up, which we can't see, is a Pay It Forward mentoring for young professionals. And I know we have some in the room that job search need to them. What do I do? How do I do it? Who do I talk to? What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? How do I find help? And it doesn't necessarily have to be in job work. It could be tutoring or mentoring a young person that's in the industry. So we're getting that program up and running, and it's pretty exciting. There's a list of people here. I only have room for about 6. But the basic idea is let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also the interest of others. It's a phrase out of the Bible. We've heard that today. Don't say, have you got a job? Say, how can I help you? That's going to make you more mileage in the long run than anything else. That's the basic premise of the program. So I'll try to get with Susan. If we can get emails of the people here, we can make sure that we get them on the next training list that goes out.
Right,
if they want to get a hold of me.
Privacy permits you from so if you want to get on the list, get your card.
Yeah, give me a card. That'd be the fun. We can do that. And I'd be more than happy to get you involved. All right, thank you. Excuse me? Just a second. Well, I can concentrate.
Here's my card.
Oh, okay. Danny,
Thanks.
good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. I'm glad you're on able today. You bet, Liz.
I also am a drilling engineer and fire extraction.
Throw me on the list as well. Very good. Thank you.
Oh,